Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join a conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
All right. Good morning, all you funky meatballs. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you very much. And I hope you're all having a great morning. Thank you for joining me. It is a Friday. For all you hard workers out there, the last day of the week, hopefully you got your weekend coming up, and I can help you kick it off for this day. I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you're all doing wonderful. Hope you all had a great night last night, and it's great to have you here today. So grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here. Please have a conversation with me. We got plenty of things to talk about, to look into what's going on in this crazy world around us today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wherever you are, I hope it's good for you guys, because it's great to be here with all of you. Thank you for joining me. Come on. Make sure you guys got a full cup of this stuff. Mama Bear, again, is busy doing her things, so she will not be joining me. It's just me. I'm sorry, everybody. You got to deal with just my boring old butt. I know I'm not as fun, but it's what you got, so my apologies. Great to have you here, though. Who do we have here with us right now? Looks like, make sure you guys are hitting that like button when you come through that door, please, and thank you. Even if it's your arrow bow, hit it with the arrow bow. And share this out if you would, please, and thank you guys. Let everybody know what we're doing in here today. I appreciate you very much. Plenty of stuff to talk about, guys. Jack and Lily Sullivan still missing. What's going on in New England? Of course, there's craziness in Idaho, as always, and so much more. You never know. Of course, we got the crazy, dumb criminals in the news, as always. We also have something to laugh about at the end of every show, just so we can walk away in a good mood, folks. I try to do that every day. And our Good Samaritans, putting positivity out there, showing that it's not all the negative nasty that we see every single day, and that there is some good people, some good stuff, some good hearts out there, guys. We got to remember that every day. Let's see. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. Mama Bear's in chat. Good to see you, Mama Bear. Thank you for being here. Miss JC got a day off. It's great to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. The cast, the sassy one, Miss Cassie's in the house. Good to see you. SRB still on vacation. Hopefully we'll see her soon, because I know we all miss her. It's great. She's still been here, even though she's on vacation. We see her from time to time still, and that's great. Appreciate her so very much. RT Travelers in the house. Great to see you, RT. The amazing and lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks. Welcome back to you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Trish Crow, always a pleasure. Kelly Coker, what's going on? Great to see you today. Michelle Paswork, great to see you as well. Kane's in the house. What's happening, Kane? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. In Stitches in the house. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Mikey's in the house. The last 24. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mikey. Great to see you. Let me see here. Official, welcome back to you. Great to see you guys so very much. All of you. Good morning to all you beautiful people. Great to see you. Yvonne, full welcome. Good morning. Great to see you. Let's see. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you. I promise you. And guys, make sure that you, if you have not yet done it, to hook up to these two other channels here hit the like button, notification bell, and subscribe to the last 24 if you have not yet done it. You're going to see some amazing things coming out of there real soon. Like he's going to be joining me as well, and me joining him too. So I'd love to see you guys all there if you could, please, and thank you. CJ Sky, welcome from over the pond. It's great to see you today. Great to have you here. And of course, thank you, Miss Cassie. Already in my head. The other amazing channel Miss Wisdom Speaks puts out, guys, and helps so much for the indigenous missing people out there and the missing in general, guys. She does some amazing things because she's an amazing person. So please, if you will, check it out and subscribe. All right. So please subscribe to her channel, guys. There's the link right there. And like I said, hit that last 24 channel as well. You will not be disappointed, folks. I promise you won't. Mikey does some amazing things, and there's going to be some great stuff coming real soon from that channel. Thank you to Mikey and Miss Wisdom for doing what you do. God bless. And I'm so grateful that they're part of this team and this family here as well. Couldn't do it without them. Thank you, Cassie, for dropping those links as well. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama's in the house. Hey, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Let's see. Did I miss anybody else? I don't know that I did. Maybe we got Yvonne. I've seen somebody say hi, Michelle. Oh, where's Michelle? Must have missed her. Maybe not. Oh, there she is. No, I seen you, Michelle. Good deal. Come on in, and welcome everybody. 28 peeps in the house, 22 likes. You guys are awesome. We're catching it up. Yes, the last 24's first show is going to be hitting on May 16th, guys. You don't want to miss it. I promise you, you don't. And me and Mikey been talking about doing a late night thing in here just to keep some smiles on everybody's faces, just to do it for fun, guys. We do too much hard stuff in here. So we've been talking about doing something, putting something together. Mikey's a funny guy. I can be funny when I want to. And when I try. So we're just thinking about putting something together. We'll see what happens if we can. It's up to you guys. If you'd like to see that, throw one in the chat. Let me know what you think. Leave a comment. Both. The comments are great. I appreciate you guys that have been leaving comments. I've been trying to get back to them, to you on them, guys. So thank you for that. I look at them all. I really appreciate that. Sounds good, brother. That sounds great, actually. 3 weekends. There you go. And guys, please, if you have not, if you're on TikTok, guys, I'm not really a big TikToker, but we do have a TikTok, guys. If you want to check that out, Miss Brady B, the OG here, she does an amazing job with that. An amazing job. Truly. And I'm grateful to everything she does over there. So please go over there, check it out. So a little support if you want to. If you're on TikTok, of course, and follow the channel. She put some great stuff together. Of course, we throw this stuff over there as well. So please go look at it if you wouldn't mind. And thank you, Brandy, for everything you do, hon. There's a link for that. And Miss Cassie's throwing out our merchandise link, guys. Anybody that would like to have a True Crime Cafe t-shirt, hat, coffee cup, candle, pillow case, a blanket, whatever you want. We got stuff all over the place in there. Please go check it out. Miss Cassie's been working in there. When she gets the time, she's going to be putting some new stuff in there as well. We're going to be adding the new logo Mama Bear created to some t-shirts and hats. I can't wait to get one. I love the new logo. So I think it's going to look great on a black hoodie, black t-shirt. It's amazing. I love it. And thank you again to Mama Bear for what she did, putting that together. And there's so many other things in there that you guys might be interested in too. So please go check that out. I appreciate that so very much. I got to get me a couple of those new shirts too. And again, right along with our TikTok, Miss Wisdom runs our awesome Facebook page, guys. Please go check that out if you're on Facebook. There is the link right there. We would love to have you over there as well. Please, if you will. Please, if you will. I do, Miss JC. I do. I don't know. I thought I showed it. Here, let me show you if I can pull it up here real quick. Maybe not. It's probably not going to show that way. I'll have to show it this way. Hold on, JC. It's not much of a new logo. Well, I guess it kind of is. I just like the way this one looks. I'm keeping the blue one. Don't get me wrong. I'm not getting rid of that. But Mama Bear put this together, and I just love this. And I'd love to see this on some t-shirts and hats. I'm telling you, it's pretty awesome. But then again, so is Mama Bear. So you know how that goes. Here we go. There it is. What do you guys think? I love that. Love it, love it. Anybody else? Oh, it's gonna be awesome, bro. You do amazing things. You're gonna be great. So that's the new. Yeah, I love this, guys. It looks great. She did awesome with that. I don't know if we're gonna add to it or not, but I think it looks great the way it is on it. I can imagine that on the front of a hat, a black t-shirt, white t-shirt, whatever. I just love this. It stands out great. She did amazing with it, so I love this. So I can't wait to get that on some of our merch. Maybe both, one on the front, one on the back. You know what I mean? Yes, we got to get Miss Brandy's coffee mug replaced and t-shirts. Circus music's in the house. Good morning, dear. Thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate you. Good day to you. It's great to have you here. Appreciate you very much. I do too, Trish. We're gonna be talking about that here shortly. A lot of people do. It's new. Not everybody's used to it. But I still got the old one. Don't worry. Miss Teresa, hello. Great to see you. All right. Bring that back down to here. So again, thank you everybody for being here today. I appreciate you so very much. As I always do, you guys are amazing people. As I say, the beautiful people. Great to have you here. Oops, what happened here? I lost something. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Jack and Lily today. Starting to really bother me, I'll be honest with you guys. And some other things, as we always do. But that's the number one topic today, because until we get those kids home, safe and sound, that's always the number one topic. No matter what's going on in the world, we got to keep it right, folks. So we got to protect our kids, protect our babies. Period. T2014's in the house. Great to see you. Appreciate you very much. And again, I want to thank everybody that comes in here every single day, every single night when we do what we do and supports this channel. Just being here, you guys are absolutely amazing. And I want you to know how much that's appreciated. And I would not know what to do without you guys. I love this community as much as I love my own family. This is my family, my extended family. So please know that. You guys are amazing. And look, Miss Cassie just dropped new memberships, 5 of them, guys. Make sure that little $sign down at the bottom, you click on that and you are able to receive memberships or gifts so that you can receive these memberships when they get dropped. Thank you, Cassie. God bless. It looks like Vin Sanity got one. And Vin Sanity just dropped 5 memberships yesterday. So congratulations, Vin. Cougar 1970 received one. Zakale received one. RVN, keep it rolling. I love the name. Kid received one. And Tahu Love received one too. Congrats, guys. Welcome to the sauce. We got 5 new amazing meatballs jumping in there with us. Welcome to the family. And thank you again, Cassie. God bless. That's so generous, you, hun. Appreciate you very much. And this is, you have no idea, guys. When I see my own team dropping gifts to other people in the community, it blows my mind. It tells me why these people are here, why the Blue Crew is who they are. They're amazing, all of them, absolutely amazing. I wouldn't, should never try to do this without them, because I couldn't survive without these people. They're amazing out here. So thank you again, Cassie. We love you and appreciate you very much, sis. Eddie's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you today, bub. Hope you're doing well. Jesse's probably sleeping his brains out, guys. That dude was up all day yesterday and came in for a great show last night. For those of you that joined us, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much. 36 peeps in the house. 30 likes. We're getting there. Hey. And thank you for your comment, Kane. Where'd that go? I seen it back here a few minutes ago. I didn't get to respond because I was looking at something else. But I didn't miss you, bro. Something about, there it is. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that very much. I do. That means a lot when I see people make those statements to me, because it makes me feel like what I'm doing is a good thing, and that it affects everybody in a good way. That's important to me. RT said last night's show was very informative. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I am grateful to hear that too. Anything positive is what I like, guys. I try to promote as much positivity as I can through my morning shows and so on and so forth, because we need a lot of it. There's so much negativity out there. It's just too much. So that's the goal. And if I can give it to you, you can give it to others. So, all right, guys, grab a chair, get comfortable. Make sure you got a full cup of the Joe. Let's see what we're gonna do today. Where we're going, of course, our first and main topic is the two missing Nova Scotia children, Jack and Lily Sullivan. Seems like a lot more people have picked this up now. Good. Getting their faces out there. That's so very important, in my opinion. Looks like we got some good creators doing it too. That's awesome. Let me see here. Wow, we have a lot more creators that pick this up. That's awesome. Get them faces out there, guys, and get that story brewing. Okay, hold on. This is not a good thing. This is out of CBC News. 1 second here. I don't like this. This bugs me when this happens. I know that there's only certain times and amounts of time that can happen. Well, hopefully, Yvonne, you will receive one the next time we can get them out there. You just have to make sure that stays on. And hopefully, YouTube does it at random. It's so sad because I've seen people get them again and again and again, and other people not get them at all. So hopefully, you'll get one soon, Yvonne. I hope. I know I've seen that. Grizzly True Crime is running it now. She has the same types of questions we do at this point. I think everybody's questioning what's going on with this scenario now, guys. Something's wrong. I've been saying this for a couple of days now. A lot of us have been looking at this and we got questions. This is not good. There's something not right. And we're going to talk about it a little bit. I'm going to start here, of course, because this is the 2 hours ago, the newest update, one of the newest updates out there. So let's see what we got.
Cape Breton Search and Rescue are back home after days of searching for two children missing on the mainland. The search for 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack was unsuccessful.
I think a lot of people went home last night with really heavy heart and maybe a feeling of defeat because that's all we want is successful search one way or the other.
22 volunteers from Cape Breton joined many others on the ground and in the air.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Stitches. Welcome, Carolyn and Sherry. Good to see you both this morning. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. And there's our Alicia. Good morning, Miss Alicia. Great to have you here today. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining us, all of you. Miss Paula Fitzhenry, wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Many have been involved in searches before, but when it involves children, Amanda Donovan says it hits different.
Oh, there's no worse situation. A lot of us are parents. A lot of us, just as humans, can't fathom that situation, and it really, the urgency and the response I think speaks to how affected everybody was by that.
Nova
As
Scotia
do I,
RCMP
Yvonne.
announced Wednesday it was scaling back the search for the 2 missing children after 6 days of scouring the heavily wooded areas surrounding their home in Lansdowne Station.
They are very thick. There's a lot of the hurricane damage from Fiona a couple of years ago, and we've had teams struggling to get through areas.
Amy Hansen is with Colchester Ground Search and Rescue. She says searchers have covered a lot of ground the last few days and feels the area has been thoroughly searched.
We are exhausting people, and we're starting to see more injuries coming back the last couple of days, and it's hard terrain.
Back in Sydney, Amanda Donovan can't help but think about the many volunteers that came together from many areas of the province with the same goal in mind.
I think that having such a big operation and seeing everybody work so cohesively together really speaks to the professional nature. Even though majority of us are volunteers, we are trained volunteers, and that's what we do best. So it was really nice to see all of that come together.
Kyle Moore, CBC News, Sydney.
I don't like this. This is really bothering me. Really bothering me. Hang on. All right, I was muted. Sorry, guys, this thing's acting up a little bit. So I think Grizzly put out a new video talking about that they have divers there that are searching one of the lakes there, which God, I hope not. I really hope not. Let me see here. Trying to find any other updates now. I have a really bad feeling in my gut, and I truly at this point I feel like there's a huge possibility for foul play at this point. I do. And I don't like thinking that, you guys. I don't. I think there's a creator that put something out. Hold on here. This is new. Hang on a minute. I know Plunder put something out. This keeps going back to my original video. My uploads are so gooped up, guys. I'm sorry. Bear with me. You guys know the deal. One of these days, this internet will work the right way. All right. It's been too long. We're on what, day number 8? I think now. This is too much. We need to get answers on this. And these babies need to come home, period. We listened to the audio yesterday. Give me a moment here. One moment. All right. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we're going to look at that too, Eddie. Thank you for bring that up. Deception Detective put something out that I wanted to share with you guys. I think you did a great job with it. If this will get off my screen. All right, here we go. So This is the grandmother of the missing kids, 4 and 6, speaks out. We're hoping and praying that the best, said Cindy Murray. That is the mother. I believe that's the Melena's mother. As the search for the 2 young children missing from their home in rural northeastern Nova Scotia entered its 5th day, this was Tuesday, the maternal grandmother said she's holding on to hope that they will be found safe. We're just hoping and praying for the best. That's it, for our babies to come home, Cindy Murray said in a brief phone interview, adding that police have advised the family against speaking with the public. Murray is the grandmother of 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack, who were last seen Friday. Her daughter is the children's mother. That's what I thought. Malaya Brooks Murray. Their stepfather, Daniel Martell, said Monday he worries that they were abducted, but police say there was no evidence that the children were taken and that the investigators are acting under the belief that both kids wandered from their home. Now, the investigators have stated at this point they don't believe the kids are still alive, guys. That breaks my heart. When they say that, that tells me they know something at some point. I mean, it's obvious too, based on the timeline, that it's not real good, okay, for them at that point. And that could be part of the reason why they're saying it, but I still feel like they do know something. They've jumped into an investigation per se that they said there was no signs of anything. Alicia pointed out yesterday that, you know, they didn't say that in the beginning, and now they're saying this. Something's not right. So I don't know that they got over that fence. They could have climbed over it. It's possible. But that whole backyard is pretty locked down, folks. Not to mention, if those kids went out that slider door, there was a uncle and a grandmother in that camper back there that would have seen and heard things going on. 4 adults on this property, and nobody knows where these kids are. I don't believe this. I just don't. They could have climbed it. I don't know the strength of it, if it leans or sways. I don't know any of that stuff. It's just what we see. But it is a possibility that they did. But my issue is with the noise the kids make when they're playing, that the 2 in the back didn't hear nothing, and the 2 in the house didn't hear or see nothing. Something bugs me. Okay. That's all I'm saying. 4 adults on the property and nobody knows a thing. Something's not right. I got questions all over the place. Let's see if this is going to play.
The search for 2 missing children in rural Pictou County is now into its 5th day, and there's still no sign of 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. The siblings went missing last Friday morning when it's believed.
Yeah, Cassie, and that's something too that was found, that there's a bit of an opening off to the right where the slider door, if you go down the deck, in that fence there. So they could have went right through that. They're just tiny little ones, and they could fit very easily. If there's any openings, holes, gates, anything, they could have gotten out that way too. Where did they go, though, in the period of time that we're given? Now, here's my problem, guys. Let's go back a little bit. I've said this yesterday, and I'm going to reiterate this again today. These kids weren't in school for 3 to 4 days, I think it was, beforehand, because they were sick. We're told, and Eddie pointed something out yesterday that made me start thinking. We're told Friday. That's what we're told. We don't know. We don't know what went on Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Okay. There was a party at that house at some point that they saw many cars in the driveway, cars sticking out on the road. That's how many cars there were there. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe. And then these kids go missing by Friday. We don't know what went on at this party before, during, and after. And we don't know for sure what this real timeline could be. This could all be exact. It could all be on point that Friday was the day. We don't know. We don't know. Okay. But I do question these things. I'm definitely questioning these things. Yeah, I saw that too, Eddie. Thank you. Which is what we've been following. Anything I can find on these kids, I don't care what channel it is, unless it's really, really bad. I'm gonna be looking at it. I heard it last night, Alicia. It was on. I can't remember where I saw this. I've been watching as much as I can, but yeah, there was some form of a party Tuesday or Wednesday that was there. They said that they seen cars backed up to the road and kind of pulling out onto the road a little bit. I can't know if remember it was a neighbor that made the statement or what, but yeah, it may have come from that. And it could have been the evil exists thing, so on and so forth. I've just been watching so much on this that I'm trying to put it all together. Anyway. And then after that, then like I said, the kids were sick, supposedly didn't go to school for those few days. And then we have the dad stays home for stepfather for a couple of days, I believe. Friday they're missing. Something's not right. Something's not right. I don't know. So we'll see what's going on. I'm going to bounce through a couple things with you guys, see what we come out with.
They strayed from their home in Lansdowne Station. CBC's Preston Mulligan joins us now live from the search area with the latest on the efforts. Preston.
Good evening, Tom. Well, as you said, yes, as we near the end of day 5 in the search for these 2 young children, sadly, there is still no good news report. The RCMP held a news conference a couple hours ago to give us an update. Basically, there's not much else to say other than the search for Lilly and her brother Jack continues here and around these woods and these deep woods in the Lansdowne area, just about 20 kilometers south of New Glasgow. Now, during that news conference, they did talk a bit about the resources they have in the air that are looking for these.
Either one of those things are a possibility, Stitches. I don't put anything past anything anymore. We see so much crazy stuff with what we do, you guys. Anything is a possibility. I don't like to hammer parents, but guys, we're 8 days in now. No, we're not. Yeah, 7 days today. I'm sorry. And I give everybody the benefit of the doubt for as long as I can, but at this point, I don't know what to think anymore, and I do have big and hard questions to ask. Something doesn't fit, something doesn't match, and I think a lot of us are in that same boat at this point. And, every time we get new information, if it goes in the wrong direction, that's where we go with it. So.
Children, they talked about how the drones work. They have drones in the sky at night and at daytime. They have infrared sensors that are able to detect heat on the ground. But regardless of the number of drones, the search and rescue officials and the dogs that are combing through the woods, not to mention the helicopters that we hear constantly flying overhead, still no sign of the children. Hundreds of search and rescue personnel from all over the province are still here. Many of them have been combing through the woods here for about 5 days, taking time off from their jobs, their personal lives, and RCMP say they're getting exhausted.
Exhaustion and optimism, right? We want to bring these 2 children home to their parents. We've got people who've been here since day 1, since the first time the call came in. So they're tired and they're optimistic. They have one job. This is all search and rescue does, is they try to bring people home safely. So they're trying to stay on focus. They're trying to stay on mission. They're sacrificing their personal lives. They're sacrificing a lot to be here to try to help this family out, to bring these 2 children home.
Now, RCMP Search and Rescue are still working under the assumption that the 4 and the 6-year-old wandered away from the home in Lansdowne, just south of New Glasgow, on Friday morning. Today, some of the family members walked me through into that wooded area directly adjacent to where they live. 20-second walk from the home into the woods. And as you walk into the woods, there's a little, kind of a tree fort, a little lean-to, and that's where the kids would play. And the family around there say they find it very hard to believe that, given how thick the brush is on some of the steep banks around that area, and just the difficulty moving around if you sort of leave that trail, how difficult they find it to believe that they could have gone anywhere deeper than that into the woods.
No idea. I had no idea. I'm still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers.
I'm sure you guys have seen all the other shows that everybody's bringing into question this scratch on his face. Let's not go there, guys. Let's wait and see what comes out. It could be something, but we don't know that. I'm trying to stay out of some of these rabbit holes as much as I can, just to be able to find these kids and get the facts out. So that's the biggest point here. But I do have questions. And I'll be honest with you guys. I've actually been questioning the mother more. Maybe for not for good reason, but it's got me looking funny. I'll just say that much in certain things.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out.
And so, Tom, we're just about a kilometer away from where the command site was, and where that command site is, RCMP are leading that investigation, but they're on the search and rescue operation. Running in tandem and kind of parallel is kind of a missing persons investigation that the RCMP is involved in as well. And so as those investigators glean new information based on interviews.
Exactly, Wisdom. That's my whole point. You know, he said he was in them woods, and I believe him. Looking here and there, that could have been a stick that came back, anything. You know what I mean? It just, things can happen. So let's hold off and see what comes from this.
Maybe they'll find a piece of clothing from home and they'll bring it to the search and rescue site. Any new information, they'll bring it to the search and rescue site, and then they will modify their search and adapt their search and sort of fine-tune their search based on what the investigators might find out. But in spite of all of this, after 5 days,
I understand you, Vaughn.
Children that we've been told of, and we're told that the search will continue into the night again as per usual, and again tomorrow morning if nothing's been found. Tom.
Yeah. Difficult situation for sure. Thanks for that, Preston. The CBC's Preston Mulligan reporting live for us in Lansdowne Station.
All right, next up here, guys, we got some stuff. Hang on here. What bugs me the most is, and I know how protocol is, guys. I get it. I've been on SAR teams for years. I understand how it works. I do. But it just bothers me because I know the thought of them being alone somewhere by themselves, scared, it just bugs me as a parent, as it does most of you guys, I'm sure. So that's why I get irritated with the whole scaling back the search. I'm sitting here going, well, it's not been enough time yet, this and that, and everybody. I know how protocol different in different areas. So, all right, guys, now. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I want to go through this with you because there's some good points brought out in this. Eddie brought it up as well. So you guys have been checking this out. I'm grateful to see that you guys have been watching this and looking into this as well. Let's see here. Yeah, a lot of people have covered this now. I'm glad to see they're putting the faces out there for sure. All right, so this is another from the Evil Exists channel that we've been watching here and there with some of the bits of information put out. They just put this out 8 hours ago. Let's see what they're saying here, guys. I agree with that, Yvonne. I don't know. As a mother, I don't know how. I know she was told to leave to bring the situation down that was going on. There's a baby involved, this and that, and everything else. From my understanding, CSB or CPS said it'd probably be a good idea to leave. But then she blocks him on everything. And, you know, that's a little odd to me, that part. You know, I would want to stay in contact with the person that's at the area that the kids went missing from. I don't know. Something's off with that too. So let's see what this channel has to say.
Of missing siblings. Continue to dig into the case of missing siblings, Lilly and Jack Sullivan. I continue to find more and more red flags. I personally don't believe the children wandered away from home on their own, and I don't believe they were abducted by a stranger. It's clear police don't believe they were abducted either. In this video, we will discuss what a neighbor had to say. This neighbor lives 500 feet away from the house where the children allegedly vanished from. I actually think this person meant 500 meters, and not feet, because that would align with the neighbor's house. Looking at a map of the area, this is the closest house. It is approximately 1-minute drive away, or a 6-minute walk away, which aligns to about 450 meters. I believe this is the neighbor that has spoken out of Facebook, and shared the observations from a night or two before the children vanished. The post reads, I have to wonder if they will ever be found, let alone if we'll ever know the truth of what happened to them. They live 500 feet away from me. I didn't even know kids lived there at all. I thought it was a drug house. There's always cars there, and it's so odd to me, but I can't remember clearly if it was Wednesday or
This is where this comes in about the party and stuff like that. So
Thursday. But there were so many cars there on that particular day that the driveway was full, and a car was even parked on the side of the main road. It was like 2 p.m. at latest. I remember driving past, judging them. thinking how they were probably in there sharing a crack pipe or whatever, and then boom, Friday, this all comes out. Like I'm in distress over it. This observation from the neighbor is actually very important, and I hope they have taken this information to the police. Online sleuths are now putting out other theories after hearing this information. Was it a drug party? Did the children get into the drugs and OD, leading to a cover-up? Did the stepfather and mother pass out, leaving the children unattended with strangers in the house, who could have taken them? Did they wake up the next morning and realize the children were gone? Regarding drugs being found in the house, there is a lot of talk going around about that. Apparently the mother has been drug tested and removed from the house. To be fair, CPS strongly suggested that she take her baby and leave the home. Allegedly, drug paraphernalia was found in the property and in one vehicle. This person putting out this post said they cannot speak on who owned the vehicle or what was found, but they can confirm that drug paraphernalia was located at the residence. The mother and baby went to stay with family. This would also tie into the fact that there was an altercation at the property on Saturday. The mother's family showed up on the property and said that the stepfather harmed the children. His mother kicked them off the property. There are so many aspects to this case, and I think we are just scratching the surface of the dark details that may emerge. I am praying for these two little kids, who are the main focus of this, holding on to hope that they can be found soon.
So that's where that comes into effect, guys, with the party that it was Wednesday or Thursday. The kids are gone Friday, by Friday. What I mean, that could be a handful of things. Okay, like they said, that did they get into drugs? Did something bad happen that way, and they had to figure out a way to make cover it up? Did somebody grab them? I mean, I can't imagine somebody taking two children. That's where the only thing is that as far as abduction goes. One, sure, I can say. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, and I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but it would be a little bit more dangerous to try to grab two of them. Okay, now here's the problem though. Based on what the mother said, they're very outgoing and open children, and they enjoy talking to people. So I can see them very easily going to somebody that wants to talk to them. But again, I don't know. And I don't know that I'm comfortable with the abduction theory at this point either. I don't. Something else is wrong in my opinion. So I don't know. I don't know. Give me one moment here, guys. By now, the police would have interviewed all those who were present. I would hope, Eddie. I would hope. If they know who everybody was there, of course. But I definitely hope. Come on now. Why is this not coming into play? What the hell? I literally, absolutely hate these cases with kids. They drive me nuts. Because I just want to do something. I want to solve this. I want to go find them. I want to be there. You know what I mean? It bugs me so bad. Okay. 1 minute here. That's my point, Stitches. They said she tested. She's fine. There's been talk of polygraph, and I guess he offered up he'd take one. Like, let's do it. You know what I mean? That's the word. We don't know if it's true. I mean, it could be. And like I said, I don't put anything out at this point past this until we know truth. So that's the problem. Anything is possible until it's not. You know what I mean? No matter how horrible it sounds, anything is possible until it's not possible, in my opinion. So, or until it's proven to not be. But that definitely bugs me now, hearing that that party went down and then all of a sudden they're gone. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, they said something about he offered to take a. It was in one of the things it was actually stated yesterday, Eddie, when we were watching it, that he had mentioned he would do a polygraph, but they never went any further with it. Samira Dowie, welcome. Good to see you today, dear. Okay, so we're gonna go with this one here. Deception Detective put this out a few hours back, 19 hours ago. I'm sorry. I'm just curious what his thoughts are at this point. Okay. SRBBBB. Yeah, Trish said it was on the news that he'd take one, but had to bring someone in to do it. Yeah, so from my understanding, it hasn't happened yet. Good morning, SRB. Great to see you, dear. It's great to have you here. We missed you, Senior B. All right. I hope you're having a great time still, enjoying yourself. Oh, are you on your way back? It is Friday. All right, guys, let's check this out. Again, this is provided via Deception Detective, guys. Here's his link. Well, be careful, SRB, please, and hope to see you soon. Well, I won't see you, but hope you get home soon. Sorry. There's the link there. Here we go.
Possible and get it to, if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack. Bugs, they're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
That's Daniel Martell, and I think he knows what happened to his missing stepchildren. It's not just because he's already talking about one of them in the past tense. So in today's video, let's watch his interview with the Canadian press and count the red flags. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. So if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For early access, exclusives, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. If you're not familiar with this case, don't worry, it's brand new, but it is developing quickly. So before we grab our deception decks and start analyzing Daniel, here's a quick recap.
6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her brother, 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, are still missing in this rural area of northeastern Nova Scotia. The RCMP is the lead agency here, along with EHS, hundreds of search and rescue crews from Halifax to Cape Breton. During the daytime, there are anywhere from 100 to 140 search and rescue crews in the woods. A spokesperson for the Chignecto Central Regional Center for Education tells us the two children were students at Salt Springs Elementary School. Their stepdad told us they'd both been out sick all week before disappearing on Friday. The school has additional support staff on site at Salt Springs if anyone needs that support. Meanwhile, the search will continue into the night here in the Lansdowne area of Pictou County for young Jack and Lily Sullivan.
Those are the cliff notes, and as you can already see, the red flags are flying. We have 2 preschoolers reported missing from their home. in rural Canada on Friday, but they haven't been to school for the entire week. We have a non-biological male, Daniel, in the house with small children, which is heavily correlated with child abuse. And we have a mother who didn't exactly give me the warm and fuzzies when I analyzed her in my last video. I won't rehash my analysis of her, I'll link that video at the end. But here's a quick clip just so you can get a gist of it before we get to Daniel.
And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
I can see why so many of my subscribers commented for me to analyze this case, because we're about to have a royal flush of deception deck cards here. But beyond the red flags in the deception deck, I don't like some of the other things she's doing here. For instance, she's setting up her and her boyfriend's alibi by telling us that they must have been sleeping at the time. But if she was sleeping, how could she possibly know that he was also sleeping? Couldn't he have been awake and done something to them while she was passed out? She never seems to consider that as an option at all. And this lack of curiosity or suspicion about a non-biologically related father in the household with their children could be explained a lot of ways, but one of those ways could be that she actually knows what happened, so she's not curious about what he may have done. Obviously, there's a lot more to that video, and I'll link it at the end, as I said, so you can watch it next. But for our purposes right now, that's the important part, that she didn't suspect him, even though they were both sleeping. And as we listen to him right now, we'll consider it equally suspicious if he's not at least a little bit curious about her. All right, without further ado, let's listen.
I know they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack, with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white, strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods, that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new, other than the helicopters are still in the air, and they had dogs. They took around the dogs today, and as of last night, they had 8 more drones going up with infrared. I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to.
We've analyzed dozens of interviews of parents of missing children. And over the course of making those videos, I've recognized that innocent parents tend to do 7 things when they have the opportunity to get on TV or talk to an audience. I call it my missing child presser interview checklist, and I haven't had to update it ever since I made it almost 2 years ago. And that's because it's based on human nature, not the latest best practices in policing or, advocacy groups for parents of missing children. For instance, parents of missing children, if they're innocent, if they actually have no idea what happened to their kid, talk about their kid in the present tense. And that's because it's very hard to accept the death of a loved one unless you have proof of it. Secondly, we can expect them to be cooperative. So if the police or the media are asking them questions, they answer fully and candidly, whereas guilty parents typically choose their words more carefully, and they're usually more vague and reticent. Third, innocent parents are inconclusive about what happened if there's no evidence to suggest one scenario over another. In this case, if they actually found 2 boot tracks showing the kids walked into the woods, there's no way to say for sure that they must have been kidnapped or that an animal dragged them off or any other scenario. They should be considering all possibilities. And that brings me to the 4th item on the checklist. If all possibilities are open, a kidnapping is also open. So typically, innocent parents look into camera and beg any kidnappers or anyone who might have their kid to please return them. Similarly, if the kid is old enough to watch TV themselves or Google themselves on a computer, they might look into camera and address the kid directly as well. Jack and Lily, being 4 and 6 years old, are probably too young for that, so I wouldn't expect Daniel to do that. Finally, we can expect innocent parents of missing children to directly ask the audience watching on TV for help, because that's the only point of doing the interview, to get help, to get information out there. If they do anything other than that, like try to push a narrative or try to construct their own alibi, we need to be suspect about that. And finally, there's a call to action, whether it's call 911 or some special tip line number that they've set up with the FBI or in this case, whatever the Canadian equivalent is. And based on this short clip of him, he's already doing better than the kid's biological mother. He's asked for help. He's inconclusive about what happened, even though he seems to have some reason to heavily suspect that they're in the woods. That said, he's not out of the woods yet because he hasn't addressed any potential kidnappers. And as I showed in the intro, he spoke about one of the kids in the past tense. That's coming up along with some other red flags. So let's keep listening.
Not really, Clifton, but I'll look into that. Thank you for the info.
I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and
you know, guys, a lot of people are saying that the parents aren't crying, so on and so forth. This guy has, in my opinion, shown more emotion or some form of emotion than the mother did. That's what bothers me. Okay, now maybe they can't. I don't know, but it's still strange. It's definitely weird to me. Mark Schumann's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Mark. Here you go. There's his link right there, guys. Again, the channel's The Deception Detective. Hop on over there, subscribe if you choose, and want to hit that like button for him at least because he put this out. We appreciate any footage on these kids needs to be seen as awesome. So absolutely, Mark. Welcome, Elizabeth. Good to see you. Yeah, like I said, he showed emotion, guys. Whether he cries like we would cry or some people don't, she didn't. She hasn't shown any emotion. Think about that interview. The only interview she did, and I get she did only one because she, police told her not to talk to the press, whatever. That's fine. There was no emotion. This dude has gotten upset multiple times. He may just seem weird the way he does it, but that's the way he does it, I got to give him that. And he's been out there. He's been on he talks to them. He tells everybody what he's doing, so on and so forth. I know there's a lot of people that don't trust him. Oh, wow. That's horrible. If that's what you're talking about there, twin brothers, Quadir and Nazir Lewis, were found shot to death on Bell Mountain in Towns, County, Georgia. My God, Wisdom. That's horrible. That is horrible. That's all I know, Clifton, if that's what you're talking about. No, this was in Georgia. Okay. I'll have to look into that then. Welcome, Victoria. Thank you for joining us. So, yeah, guys, I mean, I got to give this guy this. He's at least putting the time in, boots on the ground. He seems to be reacting when he talks about them. The mom, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think, okay? I don't like to believe that parents can do these things, but guys, I'm looking at both, mostly the mom, but both, and I'm questioning everything. I truly am.
anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, Bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
Lily.
And something else I want to point out is he seems to know more, or has at least, somebody has to agree with this, at least with me, and notice this. He seems to know more and has expressed more about these kids than the mom did. Okay. I also noticed in the backyard that there's these little things that they built, little forts. I call them forts, little cabins. He did that, and he plays with the kids. That's something to me as a stepfather myself. It shows, in my opinion, that there's some kind of love for these kids in my mind, in my opinion. Okay. And again, I don't know. I don't know what he knows or doesn't know, but I feel, I don't know. I don't know how to react to this yet, guys. It's not been enough of seeing the mom, for one, and what I have seen of him. So.
Loved. That's past tense about a kid who's only been missing for 4 days at the time of this interview. And this is such a reliable indicator of guilty knowledge that it's actually taught to police, and it's a card in the deception deck. My 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. The card's on your screen now, but you probably already knew this rule of statement analysis and the famous example of Susan Smith. It's almost a meme at this point because it's so reliable. So does this mean that Daniel killed Lily, or that he knows she's dead for a fact? Of course not, but it's one red flag among many red flags that we've seen in these two parents. And as I said at the end of my last video, my theory right now is that the kids
Thank you for joining me, Jess. Always a pleasure to have you here, brother. I can't wait till the next time we can do it. I appreciate you being here.
Wandered off because the parents were getting high or getting drunk or just being generally neglectful. So when they lie to us now about
all
what
good,
happened, it's
Jesse.
because they have attendant guilt, not necessarily that they committed some sort of first-degree murder. Although, to be fair, when I said that in that last video, I didn't know that the kids have been missing from school for an entire week. And I'm still holding out hope for the best, but this is reminding me a lot of the Summer Wells case, which I'll link on the end card so you can see for
Thank you,
yourself
sir.
why. If you want to continue this series, let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Until next time, stay true.
Always a pleasure to have you, Jesse. Always a pleasure. We love you, brother. Love you, love you. Okay, so there was that one there. And then he did this other one here real quick. Hold on.
I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always.
This is my problem with her. First off, the way she spoke to in this interview sounds very scripted to me. Okay. And it's very unemotional. There is no emotion in her voice. There's no emotion on her face. There's something that it just it's off. She's off to me. I'm sorry. Maybe people probably will disagree with me, and that's okay. But there's something about her that's off to me. I'm sorry. I'm definitely side eyeing her. I'll just say that.
Always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time.
That's Malaya Brooks Murray talking about her missing children. And for someone who doesn't know what happened, she seems to know a lot about what happened. So in today's video, let's watch her interview and see if we can spot any guilty knowledge. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. So if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For early access, exclusive videos, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. If you're not familiar with this case, don't worry because it's brand new. I only know about it because my lovely subscribers have asked me to cover it. So before we grab our deception decks and start analyzing, here's a quick recap.
The search for two missing children in rural Pictou County is now into its 5th day, and there's still no sign of 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan.
Welcome, Taylor.
The siblings went missing last Friday morning when it's believed they strayed from their home in Lansdowne Station. CBC's Preston Mulligan joins us now live from the search area with the latest on the efforts. Preston.
Good evening, Tom. Well, as you said, yes, as we near the end of day 5 in the search for these two young children, sadly, there is still no good news report. The RCMP held a news conference a couple hours ago to give us an update. Basically, there's not much else to say other than the search for Lilly and her brother Jack continues here and around these woods and these deep.
You know, I think that's the biggest question everybody has been asking. What Stitches just said. How does she know the kids were playing outside? That's a good point. Being that as soon as she said it, then she turned around and said, but we didn't know it at the time. Then how do you know? How do you know? Did somebody tell you, one of the other two adults tell you that the kids were outside playing? That's the problem. None of this fits like it's supposed to, in my opinion.
Woods
Welcome,
in
Walt.
the Lansdowne area. Now, RCMP Search and Rescue are still working under the assumption that the 4- and 6-year-old wandered away from the home in Lansdowne, just south of New Glasgow, on Friday morning. Today, some of the family members walked me through into that wooded area directly adjacent to where they live, maybe 20-second walk from the home into the woods. And as you walk into the woods, there's a little, kind of a tree fort, a little lean-to, and that's where the kids would play. And the family around there say they find it very hard to believe that, given how thick the brush is on some of the steep banks around that area, and just the difficulty moving around if you sort of leave that trail, how difficult they find it to believe that they could have gone anywhere deeper than that into the woods.
No idea. I had no idea. I'm still searching every day. Still searching every day.
Good
I'm
question,
waiting for
Taylor.
information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else.
Okay, so that's the rundown. 2 toddlers disappear from their home in rural Canada. In that last
I believe it was 10, a little after 10, but it was stated in the I can't remember where again I heard it, but that they first noticed the kids, I want to say 8:30. It got quiet. Then they started looking. And then around 9:40 maybe, I think was the time I heard put out. 9:40 is when they finally decided it's time to call the police. So between 9:40 and 10 a.m., Eddie, is what my guess is. Sorry, you guys. Here we go. I think that's what I heard, Eddie, was 10. Between 9:40 and 10 is what I'm going to say. Just to be safe.
I only know about it because my lovely subscribers have asked me to cover it. So before we grab our deception decks and start analyzing, here's a quick recap.
The search for two missing children in rural Pictou County is now into its 5th day, and there's still no sign of 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. The siblings went missing last Friday morning when it's believed they strayed from their home in Lansdowne Station. CBC's Preston Mulligan joins us now live from the search area with the latest on the efforts. Preston.
Good evening, Tom. Well, as you said, yes, as we near the end of day 5 in the search for these two young children, sadly, there is still no good news report. The RCMP held a news conference a couple hours ago to give us an update. Basically, there's not much else to say other than the search for Lilly and her brother Jack continues here and around these woods and these deep woods in the Lansdowne area. Now, RCMP Search and Rescue are still working under the assumption that the 4- and 6-year-old wandered away from the home in Lansdowne, just south of New Glasgow on Friday morning. Today, some of the family members walked me through into that wooded area directly adjacent to where they live, maybe 20-second walk from the home into the woods. And as you walk into the woods, there's a little, kind of a tree fort, a little lean-to, and that's where the kids would play. And the family around there say they find it very hard to believe that given how thick the brush is on some of the steep banks around that area, and just the difficulty moving around if you sort of leave that trail, how difficult they find it to believe that they could have gone anywhere deeper than that into the woods.
No idea. I had no idea. I'm still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else.
Okay, so that's the rundown. 2 toddlers disappear from their home in rural Canada, and that last voice you heard there was their stepfather. Which brings me to one final thing I want to go over before we start analyzing Malaya, and that's how I set my baseline whenever I start analyzing a brand new case. If you've been here for a while, you'll know that I'm a big proponent of Bayesian reasoning. In other words, our baseline is set at the statistically most likely scenario. In the case of missing children, one of the most likely scenarios is that they wandered off and got lost. So any evidence that suggests that theory will weigh heavily right away. But any evidence of something less likely, like a stranger kidnapping or a UFO abduction, will be really hesitant to weigh that evidence very heavily unless it's amazingly convincing evidence. And I know it might sound biased or unscientific, but it's actually one of the best frameworks for making predictions.
That's a good point, Yvonne. I've had other people say that. I've seen it. I thought of it myself, but I don't know. Being that they're split up now, maybe I would imagine maybe he'd have came forward and said something, but maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how to grab this. You know what I mean? I just don't right at this moment yet know how to grab this. It's a crazy situation.
And based on statistics about missing children, the exacerbating factor of a stepfather rather than a biological father in the home, and the strange statements this mother's making, I'm going into this already suspecting that the children probably wandered off. It might be worse, but I'm going to say probably wandered off, and that they might be lying about it because they were drugged up or neglectful or something of that ilk. All right, without further ado, let's listen.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing.
Welcome back, Michelle Epple. Wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today.
in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time.
We're off to a bad start, and that's because this mother is doing lots of the things that we've seen verified hoaxers do on the channel. I've put the Spotting Hoaxes card from the Deception Deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation, on your screen if you want to read all 4, but I'm just going to point out 2 of them right now. First, she's conclusive about how the children left the house, when if her story were true, that they were in and out of sleep, and you can't hear whether or not that door is being opened or closed, she wouldn't be able to know that. She also said that the kids were outside playing. Maybe she's guessing about that stuff or suspects it, but there's no way to state it this conclusively. Unless, of course, she made up that story in her own head. Second, her story is vague. What does drifting in and out of sleep mean? What noises exactly did she hear which let her know that the children were playing in the other room? She didn't even say what the kids' names are. And this is yet another sign of a hoaxer, because hoaxers, especially when they have a co-conspirator, like I think her boyfriend might be, if they actually have guilty knowledge, have to line up their stories over time with themselves and with each other.
So something he just said there is one of my big red flags. I didn't hear her once say Lily or Jack. She just says them or they. That's very impersonal to me based on the psychological aspect. I talked to my wife. That's her feeling. That's where I got that from. Not to mean it doesn't mean anything per se, for sure, but it's definitely a curiosity, okay? That's the biggest question. Everybody says the same thing, SRB. We've all said this now. How does she know they were outside playing if she didn't know they were outside playing? Okay, that's it. And it, no matter how many times I hear her story, and actually, truthfully, the more I hear her story, the more scripted it sounds to me. Like played out. Like she sat and said, okay, I'm going to say this, this, and this. And because she's talking slow and very structured, it sounds like she's making sure she's saying the right words that she needs to say after it was scripted. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. And I hope I am. But I'm very cautious with this because it's just giving me a bad vibe. Blatantly a bad vibe, folks. Just saying.
So the more concrete details they give, the more opportunity for people to catch them in their lies. Or if they're just low IQ, like many of the hoaxers we've analyzed on the channel, they never even think of those details in the first place. All right, let's keep listening, but to be clear, our baseline still hasn't changed.
They happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone.
Morning, Brian.
They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone.
I can see why so many of my subscribers commented for me to analyze this case, because we're about to have a royal flush of Deception Deck cards here. So let's just go through them one by one. First of all, we have a temporal lacunae, or a jump through time. And liars often use temporal lacunae like suddenly, or I just woke up and noticed, because they want to skip over incriminating parts of their story. Second, we have changing tenses. You may have noticed that she started off telling her story in past tense, as we can expect when someone's recounting something that happened in the past. But as she told her story, all of a sudden she switched into present tense. And this can happen when people are constructing a story in real time or reconstructing a made-up story in real time, rather than recounting actual memories. Finally, we have explanations, and liars often give unnecessary explanations because they know they're lying, so they don't take their...
Agreed. That's it right there. Bingo. None of this, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. If this is true, and these kids were in that house, and any part of that story is true, then bingo. What Alicia just said. Your instinct should be to get up and watch your damn kids. Okay? Be a parent. Don't lay in bed. Let them do what they're doing in the house without you being there, paying attention, because at some point you don't know what's going to happen. Is this a regular thing? Is this what they do every day? Okay. Is this how life goes in that house? But, you know, at this point, something bad's going to happen. And, well, it looks like it may have. That's the problem. So great point, Alicia, and thank you for saying.
Their believability for granted. In this case, she felt the need to tell us why she called the police, as if her kids being missing wasn't a good enough reason. But beyond the red flags in the deception deck, I don't like some of the other things she's doing here. For instance, she's setting up her and her boyfriend's alibi by telling us that they must have been sleeping at the time. But if she was sleeping, how could she possibly know that he was also sleeping? Couldn't he have been awake and done something to them while she was passed out? She never seems to consider that as an option at all. And this lack of curiosity or suspicion about a non-biologically related father in the household with their children could be explained a lot of ways, but one of those ways could be that she actually knows what happened, so she's not curious about what he may have done. Finally, I don't like how she's leaving all those little breadcrumbs to sort of suggest or imply to us that the kids must have been kidnapped or gone off with a stranger by telling us how talkative they are and all that sort of stuff. It's unnecessary, and it's pretty blatant if that's what she's doing. All right, let's keep watching.
They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued, not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
That's the end of the interview. So where are we at right now? Well, we have a mother making statements that sound deceptive and sound like she's trying to cover up some sort of neglect, possibly alcohol or drug use. We have a father who's a non-biological father, a stepfather, and we have two missing children who we've just learned might have autism. Unfortunately, all three are exactly.
And not exactly, we don't know that it's autism. It could just be a learning disability, like Wisdom just said, or just they're young, you know. They may not be grasping certain things. They might just be a little behind. It doesn't mean it's autism always, you know. So that's a good point too. With
exacerbating factors in child abuse and neglect, and we've seen them in multiple cases we've analyzed on the channel. So if I'm betting right now, I'm betting that the children wandered off while the parents were getting stoned or high. Of course, that will evolve as we analyze more statements. If you want me to analyze the stepfather's interview, let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Until next time, stay true.
And I honestly, folks, I still have questions about the timeline and the day. If this truly happened Friday. I'm just saying, it's just a question. When asked, Daniel said they would get in any car as long as you offered them food or water or even candy. Right, which was a strange comment too, but yes, I can agree. And guys, again, there's been no talk of the biological father. I seen somebody in here say earlier that they heard he was in jail, possibly. Who knows? this whole thing is sad to me. And once again, another case with kids that, you know what I mean? This just bothers me. And there is one of Daniel's brothers is in jail as well, if that's what you're saying, Taylor. But there was talk that the father could be as well. I'm just saying. Let me see here what else has been put up this morning, if anything, or today. Give me 1 minute here. And they did make a statement during that audio. I don't know if you guys caught it, where they stated, make sure that the mom stays close to the house, so that if the kids come back around or whatever. Hey, cat lady, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. That's the problem, Yvonne. I don't know that they even did eat breakfast. Once again, these two are laying in bed. That's a problem for me. I don't know where this comes from. Hang on here. I've seen something about a possible arrest. We don't know what this is, so we'll have to see. You know how people put things out. 1 minute. Okay, so that is a psychic that put that out. I don't, nothing against them by any means. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying that's not my forte. I don't really get into that stuff. You guys absolutely have every right to do that and look into it. This is driving me nuts. It really is driving me nuts. I want to know something with this. I do. Have you read any recent updates since yesterday that now the searchers are starting to look into bodies of water? Yeah, they did put Grizzly did a video that they have divers now that are looking in a local lake. I hope not. I hope not. Oh my God, I hope not. Here's the thing. We've seen kids walk away from their parents. My child got away from me. It happens. And it happens when you're watching them. But when you're laying in bed, dozing in and off, your kids are running around the house or outside the house by themselves, and they're not being watched, that's an issue that I have. Okay. Not when the kids are you're standing there and you look away and they're gone. That's you're doing your best. Okay. You can't stare at them 24/7. When you're not paying attention to them and you're being lazy as a parent, you're not getting up and doing what you're supposed to do with your kids. There's where my issue comes in. Okay. I've been through this. 7 kids. Alicia has 6 herself. Every single day we do what we're supposed to do as parents to make sure these things don't happen. Accidents can happen. Mistakes happen. Little things. Okay. This is not a mistake. This is, in my opinion, neglect. It's laziness. If you heard them moving, you should have been up with them, period. That's all there is to it. If this is true, that should have been your goal. I'm up, they're up, we're up. That's the end of it. Or at least knowing that somebody's with them if you're going to be in bed like that. That's my whole point, and that's what bothers me the most. 1 second here. I think... Okay, so this is another update here, and it says something about polygraphs, so we'll see here. Hold on a minute. 1 minute here. Kylie Talamantes, I think his name is. The channel, she put this out 18 hours ago as well. Let's see here. I'm going to show you guys what she had to say. See if it has anything new in it. Okay. Well, let's see. 1 minute. Here we go.
Two siblings in Nova Scotia, Canada are currently missing, Lilly and Jack Sullivan. Lilly is 6 years old, Jack is 4 years old. According to their mother, they're both on the autism spectrum. However, they're verbal and quite verbal. She only says that they're on the spectrum simply because they're a bit behind in school. Whatever your opinion on that may be, let's move on to the more important point that today, May 8th of 2025, marks day 7 of the two siblings being missing, and their stepdad, Daniel Martell, has agreed to take a polygraph test and has voluntarily suggested that he takes one, and it is reportedly going to happen in a few days.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
Now, a few of you guys on the last video commented, it's not their stepdad, it's their mom's partner. Simply, if you guys want to verify this on the news with articles, they refer to him as stepdad. My personal opinion, no, if they're not married and she's just calling him her partner and they have one kid together that isn't Jack or Lilly, they have a 1-year-old together, no, that's not their stepdad. But for the sake of you guys verifying this information, that's what I'm going to refer to him as, at least for this video, or Daniel. So first we have that. Secondly, we know that the family got into an argument. He is currently blocked on Facebook by the mother. The mother has blocked him and has moved in temporarily, at least, with her own mother. She has not left the province. That's what we know. Additionally, the main focus with these videos is to get these kids home safe, if that is still a possibility. I hope that is still a possibility. They were last seen by a teacher April 28th. That was a Monday. Some people say Tuesday, so the 28th or the 29th. According to Daniel and the mom, though, they say that the kids were out of school all week because Lilly had a cough. As to why they would keep both kids home and not just Lilly, that beats me. Assuming that's true, they went missing on May 2nd. However, with that in consideration, they could have been missing. They could be missing for a lot longer. Now, the stepdad's interview, Daniel's interview, has raised some red flags referring to the children in past tense. We have seen this before where people who have murdered children and other people start referring to them in interviews in the past tense. If you just saw those kids the other day, just last week, and you're constantly used to talking to them and seeing them, you say, Lilly is. Lilly loves this. You don't say Lilly loved. You don't say Lilly was. Okay? There's those points. As for also new updates, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police are taking back their search. They're scaling it back some to very specific areas, some that they have searched before. The Major Crimes Unit, though, did start to get involved, I believe, on May 6th. We do not know yet, and we only know from the press conferences that the authorities have put out, but they are considering all possibilities. However, an Amber Alert and any other emergency alert has not yet been put out because there's no evidence of abduction. They have not found anything yet. Not a boot, not a diaper, not a hair. So that sparks a range of concerns. However, the forest is extremely dense. You can see looking into it, there's not a ton of visibility, but they are still flying helicopters over the areas, and they are also planning to search a nearby lake soon. Bodies of water have not yet been searched, but that is the next step. That is an update. Now, the mom, from what I know at least, has only made that one initial interview where she told what she thought happened, aka what we thought happened, referring to herself and Daniel, but they never actually heard the kids playing outside. They never heard the glass door opening. And in this interview, just from an outsider, that was taken right after they went missing, at least from the timeline, assuming it was May 2nd of 2025. And she's not really crying, and she's kind of just like, I don't want to go through another night of them not in their beds. Them not being in their beds was like her main concern. She has thrown out the idea of abduction, so has Daniel. They have both suggested it multiple times, despite no evidence of abduction. But even then, in these interviews, they're not saying, if you took my kids, please bring them home. There's not an emotional, heartfelt tears even. It looks very easy to speak about it. And another red flag, at least in my opinion, and the opinions of several other people, is that when she talks about the kids, her own kids, she's not referring to them by their names, but she will refer to her partner Daniel by his name. Now, since she has gone off and moved in with her mom, Daniel has been the one making the public interviews and the public pleas. He's done a few of them. His most recent one, he said that he's appalled that anyone thinks that he's involved in this. I think that's partially why he volunteered, at least in his own words, for a polygraph test. That has not been verified by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police yet, but that's what he said. So the mom's not talking anymore, but the stepdad, Daniel, is. Now, kids have been found before alive, walking out in the elements. However, differences from those cases to this one is that the forest is a lot more dense. The weather conditions weren't as good. There was one sunny day. And we also don't know the full story because, at least to me, the story of the mom and Daniel is not adding up because he somehow knew what the kids were wearing. She had no idea, and no one else has come forward to verify that they had seen the children in that week of April 28th to May 2nd. So right now, we have to go off of what the parents are saying unless phones are looked into and new information comes forward. Because right now, all it is that teacher who saw the kids either Monday the 28th or Tuesday the 29th. I really do hope that they find Lilly and Jack soon. These updates are coming as the information is coming, so if everything is not entirely accurate, I'm trying my best to fact check, make sure everything is good. I just want them found, and the more of you guys who know about them, and if you're in Canada, if you're in Nova Scotia, I'm hoping it helps more people be inspired to search for them. If I lived anywhere near there, I would search for those kids because it is heartbreaking when kids go missing, especially so young. So, thank you guys for watching. Please let me know in the comments if there are any more updates that you guys know about that I did not mention.
That's the problem, is there's not a whole lot. Oh my God, this is driving me nuts. Alicia made a good point too, is that the mother and stepfather or boyfriend, whatever, she's got a good point. Whatever it is, their stories don't match up. Okay, one says one thing, one says another. The stepfather seems to know more and have more insight into what went on that morning, stating that, good morning, Donna, good to see you, that the little girl peeked in the room a couple different times. She had her backpack, and that they heard the little boy, didn't know what he was wearing. That, based on what they're saying, is that the little boy only had boots on and maybe a pull-up diaper. That's a little strange to me. The mom didn't seem to know a whole lot of much of anything, so I gotta wonder if she was actually asleep, and maybe that's what the fight was, because the stepfather was supposed to be awake or was awake. She's asleep and she's blaming him for it. Who knows? I don't know. Let me see here. Now I'm starting to wonder with the guy that we watched the other day that got on my nerves, if he's right on some of this stuff. You know what I mean? I hate to say that sometimes, but let me see something here. I don't even know. I want there to be more information right now, and there's not. It's bothering me. It's really bothering me. Let me check something, folks, real fast here, if you don't mind. Give me 1 second. All right. I wonder if they started to walk to school and got picked up thinking they missed the bus. Well, I mean that. Yeah, I could see that, Trish. But who picked him up? If somebody would have picked him up, we'd have heard something at this point. In my opinion, that's just my opinion, of course. All right, let me see here. Hang on. Yeah, I think we'd have heard something or thought, unless a not so nice person picked him up. This is the missing and murdered all across America, Jack and Lily Sullivan. I'm sorry, that's what that is there. This is the Jack and Lily Sullivan missing page on Facebook. Again, these are the pictures of the property here. Let me see. Nothing there. These are all the searchers. I don't know, guys. It's me, but he does not. He looks quite heartbroken in this picture. I know looks can be deceiving at times, but I'm just saying that's my feelings. One moment here. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to bounce out of that. Just trying to see if there's anything new in here. I don't know if there's any other groups besides this one. I'll have to look again. Okay, so this is the other page here. They were talking the other day, 2 days ago, about bringing cadaver dogs in. A little bit, Demon. I see you. Welcome, Demon. Exactly, Eddie. Good point. You know, out of 100 cars that drive by, what percent abduct children rather than stop at the house, give a knock on the door, say, are these your kids, or take them to the police or something? You know what I mean? I don't know. It says their property was already fully searched along with belongings. Dogs were on the property. Police said everyone searched it. And those aren't cadaver dogs. Those are just dogs. Sniffer dogs. I don't think they wandered into the. I don't think they wandered off. I just don't. I think this is the photograph of Daniel's brother. I think that's in jail. Yeah, they're not on that property or anywhere around it, in my opinion. I agree with you, Michelle. With this coverage that they put out there, they're not there. That's truly my opinion. I might be wrong, but I'm telling you, I just don't see it with the search and rescue things that I've been involved in. I just don't see that being a possibility at this point. There's a lot of people saying they were taken. I am curious about the guy that the neighbors called in about in the it was supposedly a black Honda CRV. It turned out not to be. It was just an SUV. I'm a little curious about him, but I think they probably looked into him like right away. Somebody in here said they may not have been taken by stranger, but family. It's fishy. I don't know. Now, here's the thing. I have seen families get involved in things sometimes that maybe they shouldn't, maybe they should. If they know or see a situation going on and they're not happy with it and they see that the children are suffering per se, that people like to get involved and put their 2 cents into it. That I've seen and I understand. It doesn't happen as often as we think, but it can happen. I don't know. I don't know, you guys, but that's. Let's see. Says here. I'm going to say this, and I don't give a shit who disagrees. I believe the stepdad's innocent, and I feel horrible for him. If I'm wrong, I will apologize. But as of now, that's my opinion. I don't care to argue with anyone about it. And see, there's a lot of people. I'm kind of in that. I feel that way right now too. I do. I feel that way right now. Stepdads get a bad rap, guys. They do. They get blamed first for everything. Step parents, they get blamed all the time. Whether it's true or not. Yeah, he has a brother that's in jail. This guy right here, Donna. Or wait, is this? No. This isn't his brother. Sorry. He has a brother in jail. This is a high risk offender from the Ontario area that was relocating to that vicinity there. Sorry, my apologies. That's not Daniel's brother. Hold on here. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, he's got a couple brothers. The one that lives on the property, and there's one that they said was in jail. There's a swamp here. Interesting. Okay. We watched that yesterday. This is the statement from the neighbor. Lives 500 meters away. Talking about there was a party there too, Wednesday or Thursday, where there was a lot of cars there. Okay. The mother and Daniel's mother and brother live in that SRV. Were these children physically abused? I don't know. Stepdad was giving something cocaine. What? I can't see what that says. But anyway, WTF, where were they getting money for drugs? Their house is the effing dump. Okay. Blank is open about this time with me now. It was awful, painful period, though. In Valley, they stole from the grandmother. Blank is open about this time with me now. It was an awful period, though. In Valley, they stole from the grandmother. His family or her family, which grandma? In New Glasgow, it looks like they shared a property with his mom, Malea's grandmother. She's in the video. Ah, okay. Did you guys ever try to involve the cops to bring her home? Yes. Cops were at that place a lot. What made her finally leave him and the situation? In the end, Hayden was charged with assault, and this must be the biological father they're talking about, I think. Assault and a restraining order was put in place. Blank is doing so much better now. That whole family is a mess. He was hitting her, threatening her, keeping her locked up. I'm glad that she is doing better now. Did Hayden assault your daughter? Yes, that is Melena's brother. Fuck, I knew you were having some issues with her. I just thought it was typical teenage stage issues. Had no idea you were all going through this. I'm so sorry. Okay. Welcome, Peaky. Right. That's another great point. Another great point. Thank you, Wisdom. I appreciate that, dear, very much. Hang on. I saw your post about the missing kids. I met them several times. Blank dated their uncle. They were not cared for, and stepfather is a drug addict. Your heart broke for them when I met them. My heart broke for them when I met them, and breaks for them now. Hang on, guys. Well, Wisdom sent me something that explains everything. I'll be able to explain who's who for you guys. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, so Cindy Murray and Henry Brooks are Melena's parents. Henry Brooks was the person who was in jail, not the biological father. Thank you, Wisdom. The stepdad's ex-wife, that would be Dan, or Daniel Martell, is Christy Lee Tucker, the mother of his other two children. Unsure if they are stepdad's family or biological father's family. Belinda Gray, grandparent. Chelsea Gray is an aunt, and biological dad is Cody Sullivan. There we go. Okay, thank you, Wisdom. Now we know who's who. There we go. All right, next up. Mom's brother. She practically lived with these kids, looked after them often. They're all junkies. Fill me in. What is the family like? Parents lived with grandma, stole from her, and took advantage of her. She was an alcoholic. Good God. It's people. Everybody's judging everybody. People have problems, guys. It happens. But again, when kids are involved, that's when we have to say, hey, something's not right. Yannick, Lulu, Anastasia breaking bad news over here. I've got firsthand info that a young 15-year-old girl dated Melena's brother, Hayden. Okay, so Hayden is Melena's brother. That's the Hayden they're talking about. I don't know what this has to do with these kids, but okay. This young teen was locked up by Hayden, and Daniel Martell was giving her cocaine. This is a very credible source. The parents are well-known community members with outstanding jobs and positions, and as best parents as we can be, and the great advice we give to our children, they will ultimately make their own decision. Their daughter's a warrior. She's a resilient young lady. She is a fighter and a survivor. Hayden was criminally charged. Okay, hold on here. Okay, that's the one we just read here. Moving down. This just come to mind. What is the garbage collection day in that area? Why the canine dog can't pick up any scent after the driveway either by? Okay. Natural courses. April, the mother already been drug tested. We saw that already. This is the area here. Wait a minute. One of the neighbors said they had a huge drug party on Thursday night. So we don't know that it was a drug party. It was just a party. I mean, if there's drugs, there's drugs. But I guess this is based on what everybody knows about them from previous times. I'm going to guess that. So that's where that's coming from. Like it was a big house. If they had a big party Thursday night, but did not notice the children missing until Friday, then what does that tell you? Maybe one of their connections took advantage of the opportunity, took the children. Maybe that's why he said they need to do an Amber Alert. I think they were worried about getting in trouble for having drugs around the children. That's why they didn't say anything. That's interesting. That makes sense. Public assistance management literally has shoulder length brown hair. Okay, that's a description of them. This is right here. I think this is Daniel's. Yeah, that's his brother Ralph. Now they said it wasn't known if this is the guy that lives in the camper or if this is his other brother, Ralph Martell. That was his brother. He was 32. Domestic violence charges. There's their poster. They're such beautiful, beautiful kids. Absolutely. So this is the area where Cassie was talking about where you can get out of the fence. There seems to be one there too. They can go in or from right here. Okay, right there. That's what that is there. And there. And there. Yeah, they could get out right there. And right there. So that fence is a joke. That's not going to hold back any kids. That's true. Okay, so that's a statement right there from a medium or psychic, whatever you want to call it. This is a shot of the property.
So locals in the Pictou area confirm that Daniel is being held for questioning. And this has also been further confirmed by the Globe. So the stepfather, Daniel Martell, told the Globe that police interviewed him for 4 hours at the Pictou County RCMP detachment in the town of Stellarton Tuesday night, following a 5th day of scouring the woods for the siblings near their home. Lilly and Jack were reported missing around 10 a.m. Friday. Their mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, and Mr. Martell said they were in the room with their 18-month-old baby they had together when they heard Lilly and Jack in the home, but then it went quiet. They assumed the kids went out the sliding back door and just wandered off. They haven't been seen since. Mr. Martell said, quote, "My story has been consistent. When you tell the truth, it's always consistent," end quote. He said police asked him to walk them through step-by-step details of exactly what happened on May 2nd, the day the children were reported missing, and the previous few days. They asked him to draw maps and locations where the children could possibly be. He added, neither child had attended school that week since Tuesday. He said they were kept home Thursday and Friday. Wednesday, there was no school because Lilly had a cough. Miss Brooks Murray has been staying with her mother in a nearby town since the children went missing. And Mr. Martell said he and his wife had only sporadic contact since after a fight broke out where her family blamed him. Miss Brooke Murray's mother, Cindy Murray, said, quote, "We're not discussing anything right now. The police told us not to," end quote. Mr. Martell said he is still holding out hope the children will be found safely. But RCMP said there's a low chance the children are still alive, and they are scaling back the search today, which could include bringing in cadaver dogs. They are reinvestigating the parents' statements, however.
Okay. All right, none of that has any bearing. I'm talking about a creek that's not that close, though. This is a statement from a psychic as well. I'm picking up that they are alive and that they are by a stream, and it's quite thin. It seems like the start of a river. I'm getting that there's a possibility to get to them and that there is a road close to them. The road seems like a main road, so not a small one. I'm attaching a picture. I don't know when this was added. If anyone possibly knows the area I'm talking, perhaps that will help. What I'm gathering is an old man will be coming across them. Seems to be dressed in attire to be in the woods and walk through rivers. Okay. Yeah, they're searching the lake today, Donna. And this is a statement where Daniel asked for the RCMP to give him a polygraph test. They said they had to bring somebody in to do that, I guess. I don't know what the deal is, if it's going to happen or if it's not going to happen. I think it should. I mean, I know it's not admissible, folks, but it might tell something. That's that. They should have been, I know, Alicia, like 7-8 days in, they should have checked the lake. It's one of the first places I would have thought, in my opinion. Hang on, Eddie. It doesn't have a date on it, bud. I'm sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe 20 hours ago. Maybe 20 hours ago, I think. So sometime yesterday. Yeah, that's where this statement was written by a psychic. Like I said, guys, I don't have anything against psychics. That's not the direction I usually go. Not saying it's wrong, just saying. Right, and somebody said, I think any tip is good right now. I agree. That was 19 hours ago, the statement. So about 20 hours ago is when this statement was put in here, Eddie. No problem, bud.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
Well, that kind of said something. I don't know if did you guys hear that? That he's willing and wants. There's a statement about the polygraph test. So hopefully they do it. Wow, come on. These are the boots they were supposedly wearing right here, you guys. And that's, I'm guessing, what that she had on. Thanks for the info, 2014. Welcome, got me stumped.
Let's start again, and I'll note when she goes into present tense from past.
Hear it when it opens.
We can't hear it when it opens. They were outside.
But we weren't aware of it at
But
the
we
time.
weren't aware.
And the next thing we knew, the road, like, it was
The next thing we knew, it was quiet, like reading from a book.
quiet, and we get up.
And we get up. Not we got up, and we get up. This is the change in present tense right here. This is a red flag.
Tell him, my partner.
I tell him, not I told him. I tell him, not I ask him. I tell him. My partner clarifies his name.
And I like the way he said that, because it is like, that's what I was trying to say. It sounds like she's reading from a book. It's weird. It's very weird. And why does she call him her partner instead of her husband or her boyfriend? I don't know. Maybe that's just what they say over there. I've never heard that put in text like that for that situation, but okay.
know. I tell him, do you hear the kids?
I tell him, do you hear the kids? Not I ask him, not I asked. I tell him, present tense, do you hear the kids?
And he says
He
no.
says no.
And we get up instantly.
And we get up instantly. She already said she was up. Then she said we get up instantly. Quantifier. We did nothing else. We got up instantly. Nothing before that. Don't even worry about it.
We're looking outside.
We are looking outside. Present.
You see what I mean? Good point, Stump. She's talking in bullet form. Also annoys me when people say partner. I know. Yeah, it's like she's reading from like a book, like I said, or a script or something, guys. It's strange. It's very strange the way she's doing this. This guy is a, what do you call it? A speech, I can't think of the term right now. It'll come to me and I'll explain it to you. Yeah, I got you, Demon.
Tense. We're looking everywhere and yelling, present tense.
For them, and I instantly just call 911.
And I instantly call 911. There's that quantifier again.
No. It's not a speech, but that's probably the right term that I was not thinking of, Alicia, but thank you. But it's like somebody that analyzes speech pattern, not speech patterns, but speech, like people speaking. You know what I'm saying? It's not a pathologist. It's something else. Like a psychological thing. I can't think of it right now. But anyway, yeah, it's like she's giving like talking points. Exactly. It's so strange the way she's explaining this. And I've thought that from the first time I heard her. And I keep going over her. I've looked at her interview, guys, without being in here multiple times. Like, what is it that she's doing that's bothering me so bad? Bingo. An analyst. Blah, blah, blah. SRP for the win. Thank you, SRB. Cunning. Oh, stop it, Walt. Anyway. Language expert. Either way, an analyst. That's what he does, from my understanding. He's a speech analyst. So yeah, like the whole time has been bothering me the way she's talking. It's so strange to me for this to be coming out like this. SRB is the winner today. What do you win? You get another "We miss you, SRB. Come home." There you go. That's what you win from us, because we do miss you and love you very much. I know your buddy Alicia misses you a lot too. She hasn't anybody to bounce everything off of. I don't know, Trish. Katie was a little different, in my opinion. I wish I could give you that. I know you want to get home so you don't have to sit in that car for so long. But I don't know. I think Katie Proudfoot's interview, first one, was a little different. She was a lot less talky. There it is, my brain buddy. Yes, that's what they call each other. These two are awesome together. But Katie was more emotional and couldn't really speak as much as this girl is. There was emotion with Kaylee. There's no emotion with this Milena girl. None. I didn't catch the two being the same. And I mean, I respect what you think, Trish. I truly do. But I just don't think they're two different. They're in two different modes, in my opinion. You know, I said Katie showed some emotion. She could barely speak. This girl can talk, but she's talking very matter-of-factly, like bullet points, like SW. It's just so weird the way she's explaining this. Yeah, matter of fact, bingo. See, that's what I'm saying, you guys. It's weird.
I just had the instinct.
Lily. What does that even mean? I just had the instinct to call 911. It's almost like she's detached from the kids. Does that make sense? She doesn't sound like a mother. She sounds like a neighbor or a bystander that was involved. There we go. That's the only way I can explain how, like, it's like she's on the outside seeing this in a different perspective. Not as the parent of the missing children, but like the neighbor or somebody walking down the road or somebody that's trying to help in this situation. She's not the actual mother. Does that make sense? That's so weird. I had the instinct to call 911. Like, I want to help these people. but they're your kids. It's just, this is so strange. There's something off about her. I can't explain what it is.
I should call. If you have missing children, is it an instinct? If you know they're gone, is it your gut instinct you should call 911? Or is it something you know you have to do because your children are missing? This is something that, like, mother's intuition told me I should call 911. My gut instinct, my mother's intuition told me I should call 911. She's trying to convince the listeners,
Beyond
the audience,
odd,
the people, that she's a good mom.
That's the biggest thing. She's definitely trying to convince everyone that she did nothing wrong and she's a good mother. I got that as well. My wife got that when she listened to this. And like I said, my wife is not a psychiatrist. She's got 2 psychology degrees, and she looks at this stuff with me all the time. And I just get her opinions on it. And I asked her to watch this because I've watched it so many times. And she goes, oh, first thing she said was like, oh, honey, listen. She said she's trying to convince everyone that she didn't do anything wrong and that she's an amazing mom. That's what she's trying to do. But she goes, my wife even noticed the way she's speaking. That's where I got like she's on the outside looking in on this situation. She's not involved in the middle of it. You know what I mean? Which is so weird to me. It really is. Bingo. That's it. She's detached from it, guys. What is that about? And I asked my wife, and she goes, I hate to say this, and my wife didn't say that's what this was, but sometimes when people are guilty of something, they will detach themselves from the situation to stay away or refrain from the guilt that they have. That's not something that we're saying is a factual piece of information. That is an opinion based on what we're seeing here, that people that have guilt, that may have been involved in a guilty situation, will mentally or emotionally detach themselves from a situation so that they don't have to experience that feeling, if that makes sense. Well, it's time for a haircut, Sarge. Good to see you, bro.
All she did was the kids got out on their own, and they just woke up and immediately looked for them. And they just got out. And they immediately got up and they immediately called 911 because of a gut instinct. But they talk about the kids. They talk about those moments in the present tense like they're watching it on the TV, like they're seeing the scene created, like they're watching it happen in their imagination. Because as a memory, you could talk about things in the past. This is what I did. This is what happened. We went, not I yell. You don't slip into that present tense. Continuing on.
Lily, blue boots for Jack, with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white. It was white.
Dinosaurs
strawberries on it.
Lily had past tense.
Her backpack.
Her backpack.
With white. It was white.
With white. It was white. He actually corrects himself. He goes from with white to it was white. And then I think he realizes I shouldn't know these. That's dirty. And then he starts talking about what he's imagining. And he starts talking about imagining the kid with the diaper off, the kid getting muddy and disappearing in the woods. If those kids don't turn up, buried, not unclothed, missing those clothing, probably apart from them, I'd be surprised. I think he knows what's going on. They're already talking about him in the past tense. It was white.
Strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods.
I imagine now if they're in the woods, they'd be completely brown.
I don't see him keeping a pull-up on for that long.
I don't see him keeping a pull-up on. I don't see him with a pull-up on. I imagine they're dirty after being.
So here's the deal. Now that we know that there was a party there, okay, that the neighbor said could have been Wednesday or Thursday, wasn't sure. Friday, the kids are missing supposedly. So this is an opinion, a possible theory. If they had a party and it was a wild one, people stayed late and they were doing their thing, having a good time, They passed out, go to sleep. The kids go missing. Okay. They walked off, whatever. Where were the two in the back in the trailer, the brother and the mother? I don't know about that. That's weird, but okay. That could be a possibility that the kids just kind of walked away. Maybe they did walk off and walked way off. Okay. And somebody possibly may have grabbed them at some point, or they walked off into those woods and something bad happened there. But that could be something too if this party happened and nobody was paying attention and they passed out or whatever. Things happen, you know. But I would imagine, I would hope that other people at the party would have noticed the kids or paid attention and maybe tried to do something. But then again, when everybody leaves, who knows what happens? Okay. Again, I'm still questioning, where was the brother or the uncle, the brother to Daniel and the mom that live in the camper when all this was going down, that nobody would have seen anything either? That's another problem. So again, these are just thoughts, okay? Yeah, they're narrating a story. They were more than likely asleep for a long time before they woke up and noticed. That's my thought too, Yvonne, possibly.
Out there for a while. He's seeing these things and it doesn't seem to bother him. The only time he cries when he says, they love bugs. You're crying at the wrong point. I think you'd be crying at the thought of your 4-year-old in a pull-up. You'd be crying at the thought of your daughter losing their clothes in the bush, not the fact that they love bugs. His emotional reaction is not appropriate to what he's talking about, like Amber Heard. And a bee stung my dog. It's just the timing's wrong and ridiculous. I think because he doesn't know how he should act in this moment. He's trying to act emotional, but at the wrong time.
The clip didn't, the neighbor said Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday. She wasn't sure what day exactly. So one of them 2 days. So it could be an extra day added onto this. We don't know. But the parents are saying they saw them in the bedroom once or twice that very morning. He said it, not her. Right, Eddie. But like you said, do we know that this is the right timeline? Could have been from the day before or the day before. You know what I mean? Not 100% sure on that one. That could be too. I don't know. I don't know who was at that party, the type of people they know. Anything's possible, Demon, truly at this point. And I'm looking for every angle because I want to know where these kids are. It's bothering me just as much as it does when any child goes missing. It drives me nuts. I just want to know where they're at. So I'm listening to and looking into everything, folks. It's bothering the hell out of me.
And he's talking past tense. And now I think he's making excuses. I imagine it was white. I imagine it's not now, because probably not. Maybe he buried it too. Maybe it's dirty and underneath something out of sight. Maybe slightly underground.
Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that.
Anything like that?
But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends. That's just brother and sister.
I'm telling you, there's too many red flags, and we're just getting started.
All right, so there's that.
There's a couple of things at play here. Either the police know more than we do, which is quite likely, particularly from an investigative perspective. Things they're not saying. It was very, very clear yesterday at the press conference that the staff sergeant in charge of the investigative side of this said there's things he couldn't say. At the same time, it's very, very intense and very thick area that they're searching, very difficult to traverse, even for trained adults, let alone children. So they've obviously made the decision that they don't believe the kids have got further than their perimeter, the area they've already searched. So they want to go back and research it. And he also specifically said there's areas that they want to revisit.
Good point, Cat Lady.
So why is that? It's disturbing to me that they think the children may not be alive.
They did search the home and everything on the property, yes, Cap. quite a few times. Sorry about the echo, guys.
But the RCMP are really good at this, big searches and investigations, and so they know something we don't, and we have to trust them that hopefully these kids will be found alive, and they'll, if possible, they will do so.
Is it possible one of the areas they're going to go back and research is the children's home and the property surrounding?
It could well be. It could be specific areas in that turf that maybe there's water, culverts and things like that. I don't know. I'm only guessing here. But they're pretty careful to how they worded it all, and which makes me think, once again, from an investigative perspective, they know something we don't, which is almost always the case. But the investigation, the search always happen in parallel. But in this case, it appears that it seems to be narrowing down to a point that we're going to know something soon, and fingers crossed it's good news, but they're not holding out a whole pile of hope at this point, unfortunately.
It's interesting that your experience and instinct tell you that they're narrowing in on something soon. One thing else that stood out was that major crimes is still part of this investigation. They were at that press conference on Wednesday. What does that say, that this is a search and rescue / search recovery, but also that major crimes is involved?
Well, major crimes would always be involved with missing children, because either they're lost, which is certainly what they've been hoping to be the case, and then find them alive, or they've met with foul play in some way. And then there's a couple of different avenues that could go, either a stranger abduction or someone that is known to them. And so major crime would always be following that up until they really have proof one way or another as to what's happened to these kids. So that's not uncommon at all.
Exactly, Miss. These are pictures of the right side from the back view of the house and the property. This is their missing poster. Whoever did it did a great job. Let's see what else we got here. Message from someone in this area. Let me see if I can read this. It says there's always cars there, and it's so... Hold on. Lord, this is small. There's always cars there, and it's so odd to me, but I can't remember clearly if it was Wednesday or Thursday, but there were so many cars there on... Okay, that's the neighbor's statement about the party again. Around 2 p.m. Maybe this person should be reporting this to the police instead of Facebook. Amen to that one. I hope they did. I have to wonder if they'll ever be found, let alone if we'll ever know the truth as to what happened to them. I live 500 feet from me. I didn't even know the kids lived there at all. I thought it was a drug house. All right, so that's a statement again from the neighbor.
Good morning, everyone. This is really bothering me. I really want to, contact the police over there if anyone has any contact deals and ideas on how I would actually send them my information. I'd be really grateful. I think that they're going to be found separate to one another, and it's got the number 8 reference, so it could be like 80 meters or 800 meters away from one another, but I do think they will be found separate. I still feel like Lilly could...
Well, 500 meters is a pretty decent distance, Donna, so it's somebody that probably lives down the road a bit. It is, Sarge. It's very sad. Yeah. No. I agree with you, Eddie. That's what I was saying. 100%, bud. And I hope they're not separate either, especially if something happened to them. I hope they had each other to hold on to. I truly do.
Have found shelter and found this shack or this little brownie colored house.
That. So it's a distance, but no, I got you. I thought so too at first, Donna. No worries. It's definitely not Clifton.
And she's around there somewhere. I cannot always tell if someone's passed or not, but I feel like her energy is still partly with us. It's very suspicious that a mother would, take off away from her children. I did have the thought, did she arrange for them to disappear to flee a domestic violence situation or something like that, and now she's gone as well, and she just wants him to think they've disappeared so, you know, they can get away from him. I did have those thoughts. But at the same time, I'm getting these other location type remote viewing visions as well. I do see the little boy, Jack, clicking something, like he's trying to call for help, like clicking a little red light or beacon or something, so that someone will see the red flashing and they will know that he's there. You know, the sad thing is that I really don't think that Lilly has fully passed yet. Jack, I'm not 100%. I'm trying to call in his spirit, and it's not happening as quick as it should if they're in spirit. The higher energy, you know, I can talk to the higher energy.
I didn't see one, Cap. I know that they stated that there was a pretty high level sex offender, that RSO, that moved into that somewhat in that area not too long ago. That's all I know, though.
And I'm seeing him laying in a ditch, clicking this red thing on a stick thing, just clicking. I just had to take my hair out. My scalp's itching because of the energy that I'm pulling in. So I'm getting that Jack's hands are tied. He's showing me and holding up his hands like with rope around his hands, saying that his hands are tied. I just don't believe these children. Look at that.
This is on their Facebook page, guys. That's the only reason why we're watching this. I'm just going through everything here to see what sounds like anything. Okay.
Are past at this point in time. I'm getting conflicting feelings in the way the visions come through. Tell me something, Jack. Tell me something. All he's doing is running around and giggling at me. Usually when a spirit comes in, they show me themselves in a vision, and then they start giving me memories, and I like coloring, and I did this and I did that, and they're just not doing that with me. And I hear the word held, but they're still not together. Lilly and him are not together. This is a very, very strange case. They should be looking in nearby shacks and houses and people's basements and sheds and stuff for her. Definitely to the right of the house if you're looking out towards the road from the driveway. I keep seeing 83. So they will be 83 apart from one another when they're found. Jack's going, look, look, and he's pointing at a light that's shining. And he's flapping his hands like an autistic child does. And then covering his eyes like this. So I feel like he could be 270 meters away from the old mill. Now, I think there is a road out there that's got mill in it. So he's about 270 meters away from the road that's got the mill in the word. I thought it was an actual mill, but because I've already looked at the map, I know there's a road with mill in it, so I'm going to take it as that. To the right of him, about 80 meters to the right of him, is a little pond or dam or lake. Very small, like it's more like a dam or a pond. I'm seeing the numbers 817, so that could be the number of a property that's nearby, or a number that's on like something near where you go in to where he is. He is showing me a little white bunny rabbit hopping away from him as well. And just in the distance, maybe 200 meters or 2 kilometers, there's the 2 there. Over the road, there's like, I can't work out if there's 2, 3 or 4.
I believe so, Cap.
Of those silver towers, like electric towers, or there might be an electric station there as well. Lilly has definitely found a little abandoned cabin or fort or hut or something, because she's kind of walking through it, and she's stepping carefully over broken bits of wood, and she's definitely found an area, a structure like this. She's still showing me the creek, that she can hear the creek noises flowing through. So there's actually a hill behind this broken structure, an old hut, and then she's showing me to the left about 20 meters at an angle of about 23 degrees, lots of 20s. There's like a cave, and the name of this cave is Wolf Cave, I think, or something similar. There's some relation to wolf, like a local name that's given to this cave. She's about 112, I think, meters from the house, or 1.12, miles, kilometers from the house. All right, so yeah, that's it. I've lost the quiet and space to be able to continue concentrating. So, yeah.
Okay, so these are statements made onto their account. This statement says there's a million different side roads and like little like dirt roads and stuff. Yeah, nothing there that we haven't seen. Stepdad only works 1 day a week. The mom is a stay-at-home mom, if we want to call her that. I'd venture to say they live off the system, hence why he only works 1 day a week, as he could still collect assistance. I don't know anything about that stuff there. As someone who has little backyard hobby animals and is low income, when I need to feed, I need to feed. It doesn't just, okay. Map. The seller was able to get a description of the vehicle and its last known direction of travel, which enabled police officers to catch up with the suspect vehicle. Merchandise was located inside the vehicle and returned to the seller. Thankfully, no one was injured in this incident, stated Corporal Jennifer Cooper. The suspect, identified as 28-year-old Cody Lee Sullivan, I believe that's the father, was arrested and held in custody until he could attend the bail hearing, was subsequently returned to the community on a release order with a future court date. One charge of robbery has been approved to the investigation. The Sullivan is known to police. If you're nervous about conducting online marketplace transactions, okay. That's something to do with the biological father. Excuse me. This is a court docket like type thing here. These are charges for the father, biological father. Georgia Law Prince Courts. So maybe the father is in jail. Prince George RCMP is cautioning those interested in buying and selling from online marketplaces to, after received a complaint from an online marketplace who stated they had met with the purchaser on the online. The purchaser produced a knife, demanded merchandise, and then left the area and paid. Okay, so I'm guessing that's what the biological father went to jail for, was robbing somebody. Okay. Notice the hearts of Nova Scotia are with Lilly, Jack Sullivan, their friends and community during this unimaginable, difficult time. David Jones says, noticing it doesn't say family, and somebody said, because we know. These people are well known, I guess, to that community. I don't know.
These woods and these deep woods.
Here's the news video.
Now, RCMP Search and Rescue are still working under the assumption
RV
that the 4 and
at the end, parked there.
wandered away from the home in Lansdowne.
Same video.
New Glasgow on Friday morning.
No fucking RV. Gone. Just a fucking building. That building's back too far to show up. Bullshit.
Wait, what?
These woods and these deep woods.
Here's the news video.
Area. Now, RCMP Search and Rescue are still working under the assumption
RV
that the 4 and
at the end,
6-year-olds
parked there.
wandered away from the home in Lansdowne.
Same video.
New Glasgow on Friday morning. Today,
No fucking RV. Gone. Just a fucking building. That building's back too far to show up. Bullshit.
I don't know what he was getting at. They've been over so many times with helicopters, drones, dogs. I mean, they're doing everything they can, just like me and my family are doing everything we can. Martell adds that he and his family have been working closer with RCMP to assist in the investigations. They've gone through the house dogs. They've gone around the property with dogs. I've given them everything they wanted. I have given them my phone. I asked for polygraph exams. That's what I'm saying. The guy sounds like he's really trying to prove to the world that he had nothing to do with this. All right, that's a statement from the school, local school. This is showing the creek that runs down through there next to 289, which is the road they live off of. Okay, so this other woman over here is somebody else that commented before. Says they were not alive when they left the property. Again, I will say the cadaver dogs will find them. The RCMP and or police need to get forensics and the dogs in there ASAP and bring these babies home so they can rest in peace. He did it, and he knows where they are, and the mother also knows what happened, but I don't think she knows where he moved them to. Sad outcome, but we really need to live in reality and realize that these people played victim from the beginning, kept secrets, and lied through their damn teeth. Just my opinion. Once again, everybody's going to have an opinion. In every lie, there's a little bit of truth. They may be in water. Him mentioning the water, I think, was telling on himself. He wanted an excuse to place him in the water in case someone saw him. They most definitely needed to check nearby water. I don't think they're in the woods. One of the mediums that did the tarot reading mentioned innocent celestial actor. The innocent card had a horse looking sort of out south downhill. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Sorry. Doubt the kids knew there was water back there. Blah, blah, blah. What they were bringing. But yeah, these are just statements from people here on the Facebook. There's a lot, you guys. There's more of a map. Again, there's the area right there. I got you. That's what I can get what you're saying there. Yeah. Oh my God, folks is going to hate Tomboy. He was saying the RV was gone now, but I think he was looking at the picture from that I looked at on Google Maps because from before there was no RV there. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. That thing is there now, and in the past couple of days, it wouldn't be gone. Yeah, see? It's there, right there. And it's not going anywhere. Like, it's embedded there now. They have it sitting there on purpose. I think he went and looked at the Google map. When I pulled that up, it wasn't there yet. Yeah, that's what I mean. It was on the news. And I think that somebody pulled up a Google map to show the house, and that wasn't there at the time. That's all. There it is there. This is new pics. These are new pictures, guys. A lot of land surrounding this place. I just think if they were on that property anywhere, that the police would have found them or something of them at this point. Yeah, I pulled it up on Google Maps yesterday. There was no RV, guys, if you remember. That last picture, these are pictures that were taken, aerial pictures from like the drones and stuff. I don't know when the Google took their pictures, but there was no RV there yesterday. When I could probably pull it up right now and show you there was no RV. Just like yesterday. A lot of people are saying there's no way in hell that the sliding door is not silent. that it should be heard open and closed and so on and so forth. I don't know, guys. There's a lot of people that have different feelings.
We are constantly reviewing everything that's been done, looking at all different facets of available information, and we'll make decisions on it. I can't really comment on the details of that, but we will pursue every lead that becomes available.
That's interesting,
and,
Donna.
Take it to where it
interesting.
So, is there a question? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, Nicholas and Edwards, National News. You at first said it wasn't suspicious. You think the kids just wandered off. Now you're saying every missing person's investigation is considered suspicious. Is it still suspicious? Are there any suspects here?
Again, I'm not going to comment on the details of the investigation, but I will comment when somebody goes missing and we become engaged as any police officer, not just major crime, we will look at all the details and make considerations on the information we have, right? When it comes to a missing person, we have to automatically consider those, are there people that have different charter implications and things like that? So we will automatically start to consider what evidence is pointing us towards a suspicious in nature. Again, I can't comment more than that, but every missing person case, we would approach it from the same process, a methodical collection and review of information, the decisions based on that.
And the family.
So the grandmother said that we're not discussing anything right now. The police told us not to. So I wonder if Milena does know something, but she won't because police told her not to. He did go in for questioning. He walked him through everything that went on that day. Okay, that's all old stuff. Let's see. Garlock Road here. This is where they lived. This place is so rural, you guys. I don't know if I'd be comfortable living out here with kids. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I like my peace and quiet where I'm at, but at least I'm somewhat close to like civilization. It seems like there's nothing around here. And we heard during the call, like they couldn't even get like phone coverage or anything like that to be able to talk or send videos or anything. It's crazy. I kind of feel like I can agree with you, Michelle. So it says again there, Martel told the Globe that police interviewed him for 4 hours. Did they interview the mother that much too? I gotta wonder. He keeps saying my story's been consistent. When you tell the truth, it's always consistent. He keeps talking about that. That's the Facebook missing poster. Both of the parents have stated that they believe the kids could have been abducted. This is the guy I was telling you guys about that was a high-risk sex offender that moved into this area. Michael Russell, 43, was to be released from federal prison June 16th after serving almost 3.5 years for sexual interference. Police say Russell plans on living in Scottsburg, Pictou County. So he lives in that county. That was this past summer. Okay, that has no. Now there was a attempted abduction, I believe, last summer. This is what the guy looked like, supposedly. That was brought up yesterday. Or wait, maybe not. It was last summer, in April, maybe. On April 21st, the 25 members of the Sussex RCMP detachment received a report of a possible attempted abduction on Route 710 in the Henderson settlement area at approximately 5:15 p.m. that day. 2 individuals had approached a child that was riding a bike and tried to lure the child into the vehicle by offering the child candy, but the child ran to a neighboring house. The 2 individuals left the scene in a black 4-door Subaru, possibly an Outback with tinted windows. Well, there was a black SUV there the other day, but okay. A sunroof and signs of rust in the front passenger bumper. The vehicle was traveling towards Cambridge Narrows. Police are now seeking the public's help to identify these individuals involved. The passenger is described as a man possibly, in his mid-30s with a muscular build, goatee with no mustache, and curly hair. At the time of the incident, he was wearing blue sunglasses and a green t-shirt with yellow on it. The driver described as a woman with light-colored, shoulder-length curly hair. Anyone who may have seen the vehicle matching this description in the Henderson Settlement or Cambridge Narrows area on April 21st, who may recognize occupants of the vehicle based on the descriptions provided, or may have a security camera or dash cam from the time of the alleged abduction. Huh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So there are predators in this area, folks, possibly out looking. This was just last month, the end of last month, a couple weeks ago. I misunderstood that then. That's interesting. So if the kids did walk away, guys, walk out and maybe walked up the driveway, walked up by the road, somebody saw them, boom, that's a possibility. But like we said, the odds that a predator is going to go by, unless they're patrolling this area, you know what I mean? That's interesting too. Very interesting. It's a letter from local area. No thermal imaging. This is what bothers me the most because of my experience with thermal imaging. Nothing was seen in the woods, in the surrounding woods, multiple areas, 3 choppers, multiple drones, and they pulled out the FLIR imaging system and saw nothing. Wait a minute. No thermal imaging was found in the woods. Why did they not take this woman down the road? Neighbor, seriously, when she reported the night before that 2 East Indian men wearing reflected vests in a navy blue Dodge Caravan that were sitting at the end of this woman's yard. The driver on the phone and the passenger pointing to her 2 little girls playing in the yard till dad seen and dogs chased them away. The next morning, the 2 kids go missing. She reported it that Thursday evening and no call back. I'll be damned. Called back today, no phone. Other people have called and said, contact her. She has valuable information, and they still won't call her back. If those kids didn't go missing, then why aren't they taking this woman seriously? Wow. Why would they not look into this situation? This was the night before. Creepers of lurking and human trafficking is real and happening everywhere, especially down here. Makes me wonder. That's a problem, folks. 2 East Indian men were wearing reflected vests in a navy blue Dodge Caravan that were sitting at the end of this woman's yard, and the driver on the phone was with the driver on the phone. The passenger was pointing to her 2 little girls playing in the yard until dad seen the dogs. And the dogs chased them away. The next morning, 2 kids go missing. She reported that Thursday evening and no phone call back. Called back today and no phone. That's nuts. That is nuts. I agree, cat lady. I agree. Why would they be wearing reflective vests that would draw attention to them? Unless they were trying to look like phone workers or road workers or something, SRB, you know what I mean? That would be a good cover. And this is supposedly one of the people sitting in the vehicle. Yeah, trying to look like city or county workers, maybe. Great point, official. That's supposedly one of them. That's real interesting. Something is off, very fishy. A search told me the parents are in custody. CPS has baby waiting on which one will snap first. She's claiming her and her kids were abused. What? When was that put out? 35 minutes. No. Wow. This was 27 minutes ago. According to locals in that area, the mother and boyfriend are now in custody and Major Crimes Unit has taken over their entire property. I just heard that this is just rumors. Probably is. I wouldn't doubt it. The mother wasn't. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, so they're both in school. Okay. So Jack is in what they call pre-primary and she's in primary. So that, yeah. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. All right. All this stuff is the same.
We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, just until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in military outfit said I could go back into the woods. We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that.
Baby girl, why didn't you tell me what happened when it first happened? Please never hold anything back from me again. I love you. Something like that happens, you tell me right away. I'm a tracker. Wait. Eddie brought up something to her. I think it was somebody did about it. Is this the first time this ever happened? What are we looking at back here? I don't know. The children were killed and covered with something. You'll find them in the woods. Good God, some of these people are so... All right, so let's see here. All right, guys, I guess at that point, there's nothing else we can see. Yeah, I've been covering this stuff as much as I can, official. So that's where a couple of Facebook sites have put out that I found on them. As far as anything else, you guys, I don't think there is anything else. So at this point, at least, not now. All right. Let me double check to make sure. Hold on. What is... I'm just going to look at this at this point. Hold on. Much as this pains me, I still want to see what's said. Hang on a minute here. Welcome, Jacob. You want to show on that late? How did they get to put it to the white car? I'm not 100% sure what you mean there, Jacob. I'm sorry, bud. All right, let's check this out, and then we'll move on to the next subject, guys, because there really is nothing else. As much as I don't even want to watch this one, but I want to see anything out there on it. Maybe there's something different here.
Rural property in the sticks of northeastern Nova Scotia in Pictou County. The parents say the kids were allegedly playing and then poof, they're gone, vanished into thin air. And the only clue left behind is a boot print on the edge of the property. Aerial photos, a mysterious dispatch call, substances found in the home, a deleted Facebook video, and whispers about who's really living on this property have the internet buzzing. Sleuths are piecing it together, and the details are wild. The parents, Malaya Brooks Murray and stepdad Daniel Martell, say they were in their bedroom tending to their 18-month-old when their girl, Lily, age 6, and boy, Jack, age 4, slipped out a back door so silent, it's like it was greased with butter. They thought they heard the kids playing, with Daniel Martell even saying he saw Lily poking her head in and out of their room. But when the house went eerily quiet, that's when they knew something was wrong. So let's unpack the strange details that just emerged. These aerial photos are raising some serious eyebrows.
Guys, look, the missing kids from Nova Scotia, Lily and Jack Sullivan, aerial photos of the home have been released. And tell me what you notice. The mom and stepdad are saying the kids went out the sliding door to play out in the back and either wandered off or got abducted possibly. But look, the backyard is fenced in. They also said the sliding door is really quiet when it opened, so they didn't hear it, but it doesn't look like it would be quiet to me. Here's another photo that shows the front of the house, so you can see the back.
I'm not sure, Jacob. That's a good question, though, buddy. I really don't know.
Doubt a 4-year-old and 6-year-old child would have climbed over the fence to wander off. Now you see the camper there. Apparently one of their brothers lives in it. And you can see it doesn't even have a roof. It just has a tarp on the top. Look at this. There's garbage and junk all over the place. The red flags were already popping up with all of their contradictions and weird interviews. But in my opinion, this might be one of the biggest red flags yet.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with that. I really hope the police opened that sliding door to see if it really does not make any noise. The photos show a cramped, cluttered property, and people are saying there's no way 2 kids could slip out that back door without somebody noticing. The images are circling online, and the top comment doesn't hold back, writing, "The place looks like a dump. It doesn't look like it's safe for a child to be living there." Personally, I echo the sentiments of the commenters. It does look like a trap house filled with substances. Children should not be around. A neighbor wrote that, quote, "They live 500 feet away from me, eh? I didn't even know kids lived there. I thought it was a rug house. Cars are always coming and going," end quote. They recall a day, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, their memory is a bit fuzzy, when the driveway was packed cars even spilling onto the main road at
I
around
agree,
2 p.m.
John,
They
that's how I
thought they're
feel too.
probably in there sharing a pipe or whatever. Then, as you know, Friday hits and Lilly and Jack disappear. Another source claims, quote, the mother has already been rug tested and removed from the home. RCMP and Department of Community Services and Child Protective Services strongly recommend that she leave the dwelling. Rug paraphernalia was located inside the home along with one of the vehicles, end quote. The last day Lilly and Jack were at school was on Tuesday. Wednesday was a no school day, and Thursday and Friday, Lilly had a cough and both of them stayed home. Has anybody seen them since Tuesday? I mean, could the parents have been buying time to clean up their story after what went down at this party? Now, the mother's Facebook video is the only one she posted on her Facebook before she deleted her whole account after her children went missing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Lilly, stop, honey.
Yay! Happy birthday!
Most of this is stuff we've all seen already, sadly, but still, you never know if there's something new in here.
Say happy birthday. Happy birthday.
In earlier interviews, Malaya Brooks Murray, the mother, mentions both kids are on the spectrum. And you can clearly hear Lilly screaming in this video. A commenter wrote, kids with sensory issues surely wouldn't be out in the woods for long before they got uncomfortable and wanted to come home. Wet feet, noises, wind, dirt, they'd hate it. So it's hard to picture Lilly and Jack silently trekking through the wilderness undetected. And now for the dispatch call, which I think pokes holes in the parents' story. The mother says she only heard Lilly and Jack around the house, but the stepdad swears he saw Lilly, age 6, popping her head in and out of their bedroom while he was with his wife, tending to their 18-month-old baby. After they stopped hearing their children in the home, they realized that their children actually disappeared. That's when the 911 call went out at 10 a.m. But the dispatch says the kids were last seen at 8 a.m., which is a conflicting report.
In the bedroom, we called this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to get a good statement and figure stuff out.
The dispatcher said that he was told they were last seen at 8 a.m. So the stepdad told Global News on May 7th that he estimates it took them up to 20 minutes to notice the two children were gone Friday morning. So that's around 9:40 a.m. because they said that they called the police at 10 a.m. So there's about an hour and 40 minutes discrepancy between the two reports. The stepdad was brought back in for questioning. The RCMP is scaling back the search, saying there's a low chance Lilly and Jack are still with us. The major crime units are now involved, calling it suspicious, but it wouldn't comment on if there's foul play. Cadaver dogs might be next. The stepdad told the Globe and Mail, my story has been consistent. When you tell the truth, it's always consistent, end quote. Prior to this questioning, tensions flared when Malaya Brooks Murray and her mother, Cindy Murray, confronted Daniel Martel outside their home, holding him responsible for the children's disappearance. Malaya has since left Lansdowne Station to stay with her mother in another part of the province and has blocked Martel on social media. Sleuths, though, are side-eyeing a scratch on the stepdad's face in his recent interviews. Then there's the stepdad's brother, either Justin or Ralph Martel. It's still not been confirmed, but the brother is living on the property in this trailer with his mother. And here is the stepdad's brother, Justin, searching for the children on an ATV and looks surprisingly relaxed. Like, this caught some sleuths off guard, like, why is he just kicking back and relaxing when those children are missing? And sleuths have discovered that one of his brothers, who may be the one living in the trailer, we don't know yet, Ralph, has a rap sheet. So in 2023, the RCMP's got a warrant out for him over some messy relationship drama, and the charges are pretty severe. Sleuths have also dug up that a known predator who is high risk was recently released just 10 minutes away from their property. And get this, The dispatch call mentioned a strange bald guy around 50 years old with a mustache lurking nearby, and someone dialed 911 over this suspicious character.
So I called the 911 from a Karen Ponacao. Kindly about 5 minutes. She was reporting just driving past a black Honda CRV. That was Scotia Marker Golf Mike Fox 320 that left the outdoor recreational park close to the residence. It is permanently closed. Complaint is unsure if related, but it felt a bit strange to her. Driver was a white male around 50 years old, bald with a mustache.
Yeah, I do believe this is him. And yeah, he did it with Idaho too. That's why I was real skeptical about watching anything he's putting out, but everything he's putting out is coming from the news, so I'm not a fan. Just was checking to see if there's anything new.
So the cops investigated this 911 call of this suspicious person, and it was just brushed off.
Black SUV.
I don't know if this was taken off YouTube.
And on the left side of the road, does not appear to be a CRV, but it is a black SUV. And it didn't run, but there was nobody in it.
Everything was done for, nothing suspicious about it.
So was this a mistake? Maybe, because it's got people wondering if that call deserves a second look in connection to Lilly and Jack's mysterious disappearance. So what do we have? A single boot print at the property's edge is the only clue. The stepdad says it was 2, but the RCMP is sticking to 1. And they're not even sure if it's Lily's or Jack's. The parents
okay,
are pushing an abduction
I don't like him
saying
either,
their
but don't
kids
worry
are
about it.
super friendly with strangers. So I can't help but wonder, was someone at that packed Wednesday or Thursday party involved? Should that 911 call about that creepy guy have been dismissed? What do you think? Drop your thoughts below, and don't forget to subscribe by hitting my face here. Bye, guys.
I don't even know how he's still on YouTube. I'm real surprised he is. That's it. That's all there is. Yeah, that's true. That is true. All right. Anyway, if it wasn't for these two, I wouldn't be looking at anything. I've been going around him all week. But whatever. I just wanted to see what it said. Let me see what was next here. Oh, what time is it? Oh yeah, we got some time here. I've been spending a lot of time on this past couple of days, guys, because they're kids, and I really want to see something found on them. I really want to see them found. Okay, at this point, one way or another, this is horrible too. It's driving me nuts too. So, let me see. I had a couple other things in here. One minute. Where is it now? One second. I think somebody sent me, if I can still find it. One minute. Where did it go? Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, okay. And they're going to load for me. Come on. Come on. Let me load it up. Load it up. Where is it? Is that the one? Maybe. Oh, okay, this is new. Somebody sent me email on this. Hold on. I guess this was put out 20 hours ago. I don't know what this is about. I haven't seen this yet. We'll see real quick. In regards to Idaho, something Long Crime just put out. I'm kind of curious, so we'll see. Let's see what we got.
Evidence or comes in that a neurotypical person will react to, he will not react. And that is only because he has a physical disability.
After hearing about Brian Kohberger's autism and OCD, prosecutors in his death penalty case want their own experts to evaluate him, but it's been kept under wraps until now. I take a look at what prosecutors wanted and what they're getting, along with a big decision on whether Kohberger's family will be allowed in court during the trial and how serial killer Ted Bundy could come into play. Besides, they needed to be more careful about what they filed under seal. Then earlier this week, Judge Hippler held a sealed, closed hearing where the public wasn't allowed in. It was all over the prosecution asking for a mental evaluation of Brian Kohberger ahead of his trial. Jury selection in the quadruple murder trial is scheduled to begin in less than 3 months. It's a death penalty case, and that makes it more involved, more complex, and there will be a lot of experts testifying about everything from DNA and his car make and model to cell phone evidence. But now prosecutors have asked Judge Hippler to allow their own expert to perform a mental evaluation on Brian Kohberger as they prepare for a possible penalty phase in the trial. Brian Kohberger's lawyers have said in recent hearings he maintains his innocence in the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Santa Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in November of 2022. Those 4 University of Idaho students were brutally stabbed to death in a home near campus in Moscow. Investigators said that they linked Kohberger to the crime after finding a single male DNA profile on the snap, this part of the snap of a K-bar knife sheath that was left at the crime scene. According to Judge Hippler, the defense essentially has conceded that prosecutors should be allowed to have an expert evaluate Kohberger since they had their own experts do the same. But the two sides disagreed on ground rules, like whether the defense attorneys should be allowed to be there for the evaluation and whether Kohberger should be tested for personality disorders. All of this is coming after Kohberger's lawyers have tried unsuccessfully to get the death penalty stricken as a possible punishment for Kohberger if he's convicted. Most recently, they argued he has autism spectrum disorder and that should make him ineligible for the death penalty. Here was Kohberger's attorney, Ann Taylor, at a hearing last month talking about why Brian Kohberger's autism spectrum diagnosis shouldn't be used against him.
But Your Honor, when I look through the mounds of discovery, there are probably 100 hours of interviews of people that Mr. Kohberger went to school with at WSU. And of course, those interviews come just hours and days after the headlines hit that Mr. Kohberger's been arrested in this case. And people that he went to school with, that he interacted with, had unkind things to say about him. And a lot of their unkind things, when you understand them in the context of autism, the way he may stand in a room near a doorway, the way he may look too long at a person, their interviews are different when you know he has autism and you know the characteristics he displays. But those awful comments, those mean comments about him, if the state uses those as aggravators, that's using his autism characteristics.
How do I, though, and I don't know that this is a real thing, right, in terms of actual evidence. Let's say there's evidence that he harassed other young females. Okay, and I'm aware of no evidence in that regard. I just want to make that clear. I'm just using this as an example. And let's further assume that in and of itself is somehow relevant to in a mitigation aggravation penalty phase. Your position is that's due to his spectrum disorder, whereas the state's view may, no, that's not. That's his view of women and goes to motive, etc., and goes to his aggravation of the crime in some way, not because of Asperger's, but because of his views, his dislike, and how he responds.
That's exactly the problem, Your Honor. If the state and
Do you want me to,
I want to be
me to weigh in and
clear.
say what the factual findings are, that it's this and not that? And I'm not sure I can do that as short from a jury instruction that, you cannot use mental health conditions as an aggravating factor.
The world can be a really unpredictable and scary place, and that's where our great partner, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. The firm has more than 1,000 lawyers because they win a lot of cases. At forthepeople.com/crime.
I'd have never guessed that, Tom Boy.
Click the link.
Autism.
Not with any of our conversations,
And
ever.
frankly, it's just not a persuasive argument to ask a jury to impose the penalty of death because someone has autism.
Koberger's request to strike the death penalty because of autism has failed. So let's say Koberger is
Thanks,
ultimately
official.
convicted.
Like I said, I'm
of
in the same
murdering
boat with you
4
on Joseph
students.
Morris. I can't
When it comes to
stand
the
him.
penalty phase of the trial, his lawyers
But
will pull out all of the
I was just
stops
looking
to
for something
present
new, maybe,
mitigating
hoping
evidence to
maybe
the
he
jury,
possibly had
hoping they
something
will
I
spare
should've known
his
better.
life.
The initial expert report that was provided in the fact phase
Thank
of
you so
Dr.
much.
Orr and Dr. Ryan
Hey, chick
and
babe.
Dr. Lewine's report was attached to our reply for the basis of substantiating that our argument is that this is a neurological, biological disability. We are not taking the position that this is a mental condition. Clearly in the state of Idaho, one of the guiding cases regarding mental condition.
Is there an inconsistency there? Because it seems like on the one hand, you're arguing that his autism spectrum condition shouldn't be used as an aggravating.
YouTube does a good job pushing notifications for channels. I forgot to subscribe. Once I subscribe, YouTube, the Meatballs live 2 minutes ago. I go click stream 17 hours ago. God. It's okay. Thanks, official. And you're okay, Demon. Don't worry about it, buddy.
Aggravator as a mental health condition. I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be used as an aggravator as a mental health condition. On the other hand, you're arguing is not a mental health condition under 207.
So I think that it's really important. I know that you grouped these two arguments together. This issue that I'm talking about right now has to do with the fact phase, the guilt phase of the trial. Everything related to aggravator is at a different phase.
Are you taking the position that it's a mental health condition as it relates to aggravation and not a mental health condition as it relates to guilt phase?
I don't think we've said anything about it being a mental condition as it falls under, 18207. We're talking about this being a neurological, biological disability.
Now, when Koberger's lawyers talk about 18-207, they're talking about a statute in Idaho that says mental conditions cannot be used as a defense to any crimes. But that doesn't mean Koberger's lawyers won't use his autism diagnosis as mitigating evidence against a possible death sentence. Here's attorney Alyssa Masseth talking about that possibility.
Imagine if you do not let this testimony in phase 1 of the trial and the jury convicts Mr. Koberger. How angry and misled might those jurors feel when they learn in mitigation, where without a doubt this comes in at mitigation, that he has this disorder and it has them second guessing themselves. We must avoid that possibility.
Now, Koberger's lawyers haven't just said he has autism, they've also said he has obsessive compulsive disorder, and they've suggested he has coordination issues that fall under another disorder that would make it unlikely he could have carried out 4 murders in a matter of minutes.
In response to your Honor's question about, or observation that there's no evidence from an expert here that the defendant is incapable of committing these crimes, the response from the defendant was, well, yeah, that's right, which is exactly our concern because the defendant in his filings took what little was in the expert disclosures and then stretched it out to this conclusion that the defendant is incapable of committing the crimes when the experts don't say that. I mean, they are essentially creating an opinion that doesn't exist. So, Your Honor, our request stands. Certainly the evidence that's being proffered about his demeanor is not relevant. It shouldn't be admitted. And if there's an issue that comes up about the defendant on the stand and his appearance there, I think we can address that as it comes up. Likewise, if the state opens the door to questions about the defendant's behaviors, which we are not intending to do, we can address the issue at that time. So we'd ask the court to defer any kind of ruling on those hypothetical situations.
The OCD that the defense claims Kohberger has could possibly become an issue at trial.
As for issues that relate to state of mind, it does depend on what the state offers. We agree with the state on that aspect. If they stay away from the issues regarding cleanliness and a missing shower curtain and speed in which the crime occurred and wearing gloves or showing him at various places wearing gloves with some sort of negative attribute that he is doing that to hide DNA as opposed to what's going on with his autism, it's our position that that opens up the door to the opinions that the experts have expressed.
Now, police have said that Kohberger was wearing plastic gloves, kind of like these, and separating his trash into baggies when he was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. The defense says that was because Kohberger has OCD. But back to the autism. Prosecutors indicated they will argue against Kohberger's autism being a mitigating factor for the death penalty if the jury finds him guilty.
We understand the law. We understand that we're not to use his mental condition as an aggravator. We do, however, reserve the right to present argument as to.
Well, and that's something else too, you guys, that can be put into play. He's been diagnosed with OCD, ADHD, and he's on the spectrum. So if they want to go into that whole garbage thing in PA, that can be related to the OCD. I have it. I do weird things sometimes. You can ask my moderators. They know how weird I am. Also, that along with the ASD stuff, that can all be related to some of that stuff. That's the problem here, is that a lot of the things of his behavioral stuff, his behavioral stuff is related to those things. In turn, they're trying to say that his behaviors point to why he may have done this. That's not what I'm saying. What are you saying WTF for, SRB? What's up? I don't mean weird things like that, you guys. I mean, like, I'm very particular about, shoes being perfectly straight and my placemats and stuff in specific ways. My cupboards have to be perfectly stacked and lined and just things like that. I'm not like a weirdo. I'm very, very organized and very critical about certain things. If my house is not, which it is a mess, it's driving me nuts. If it's over, things like that. That's how I am. That's all I'm saying. And see, Alicia said, I'm definitely weird. Thank you so much. I love you too. Thank you for joining us, Aurora. Appreciate you stopping in. Please hit the like button if you can. Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling good. I hope you feel better. So yeah, that, those behaviors, in my opinion, it seems like they're trying to use them against him to say that's how we know he committed the crime per se, so on and forth. Those are the things I think that can defend him. Because they just prove that it's not that he's weird. These are just who he is because of these certain behaviors, because he has these things that he has been truly diagnosed with. So that's a true thing, in my opinion. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I didn't know I was going to set you guys off on a train of talking how weird I am and you guys are buttheads. Anyway.
If the defense chooses to present it as a mitigating factor,
yes,
how much weight should the jury give it? And I think we have quite a bit of flexibility there to put on our own evidence as to what exactly this autism means. And so that if the defense tries to say this is the reason that you should not sentence him to death, then we should be able to argue this does not make up for the proper aggravation evidence.
And that's another reason why I feel like that he wouldn't be able to maybe do this. I don't like mess. I don't like things a certain type of way. And going in and killing 4 people. Oh, you're okay, chick. That's a mess. That's a big mess. There's a lot of blood and a lot of stuff going on. And like you'd have it all over you. I can't imagine him being okay with that. That's just one more little thing to put in that list of things that we have there. You know what I mean? It just doesn't fit. It don't fit.
Evidence that we've put forward. I think not only is that the state's right, it's what the statute requires. It's what the Idaho Supreme Court has been very clear that a juror in this situation has to be able to do. It's their duty. That was the Dunlap case. It's their duty to weigh the evidence, including any mental health or mental illness evidence, and make that ultimate determination.
So with all of these doctors evaluating Bryan Kohberger for the defense and diagnosing him with autism, obsessive compulsive disorder, and developmental coordination disorder, eating disorders, and a history of substance abuse, the state filed to conduct its own evaluation. On April 25th, the state filed a motion for exam pursuant to Idaho Code 18-207. The motion also asked for an extension of time to complete.
You know, that could also be a reason why he had issues with trying to work, filleting fish and stuff like that. Think about that. It could be a problem, not to mention the dyspraxia as well with his hands and joint issues and all that. I mean, there's too many factors that point to issues that he would have being able to accomplish this as compared to the opposite. You know what I mean? Again, these are just thoughts, guys. The bright light and sounds, I get the TV on low. I'm on the same way. I can't go to bed or sleep without making sure my house is clean. Dishes done 100%. Dishes can't be in this thing. I've had this conversation before. I can't do it. I just can't. It drives me nuts. I lay there awake staring at the ceiling knowing that it's there. So I have to go do it.
Complete penalty phase rebuttal disclosures. The evaluation by the state will be used to rebut whatever the defense presents in a possible penalty phase if Kohberger is convicted. The defense filed an objection to a lengthy extension of time for the evaluation. Now, after Monday's sealed hearing, Judge Hippler ruled the state's experts should be allowed to evaluate Bryan Kohberger within 7 to 10 days. Hippler wrote, "The court will allow counsel for both sides to watch the examination through a one-way video feed or some similar method that prohibits them from being seen or heard during the examination. Under no circumstances will counsel be able to interrupt the examination." Hippler is only giving prosecutors a brief extension of time to file their expert opinion because the expert they had initially retained withdrew from the case over disagreements with prosecutors about counsel being present and personality testing. The state's expert will not be able to evaluate Bryan Kohberger for personality disorders. Hippler wrote in a footnote, "One of defendant's forensic psychiatrists, Dr. Eileen Ryan, concluded in her expert report that defendant does not have a childhood history of behavior that is consistent with conduct disorder or antisocial personality disorder in adulthood, nor does he meet criteria for antisocial personality disorder." Antisocial personality disorder used to be called psychopathy. Since Kohberger wasn't evaluated for personality disorders by his experts, Hippler said there's nothing for prosecutors to rebut on that front. And Hippler said letting prosecutors go down that road with Kohberger could possibly violate his Fifth Amendment rights and just open up a big can of worms.
I want to bring in somebody who has prosecuted death penalty cases. He is Mark Weaver. He's also a former Deputy Assistant Attorney General out of the state of Ohio. So Mark, we have a sealed motion here by the prosecution in Bryan Kohberger's case. And they're saying, we want a mental evaluation of Bryan Kohberger. And they kind of mentioned that they might ask for this in last month's hearing. And it seems like this is tied to the possible penalty phase from what we're seeing. We of course don't have the motion because it's sealed. But is that what the feeling you're getting just from reading the case summary page?
First, let me just say that very few things should be sealed in court. There seems to be a lot of sealing in this case. I am certainly aware of the need for a judge to balance the Sixth Amendment right of the defendant have to fair trial
with the First Amendment right of journalists such as yourself to be able to cover this case. It just seems like there's a little heavy hand on the ceiling, FYI, but let's talk about it. We can't peer into it because it's sealed, but it's important to remember that we have two phases in every death penalty case. We have the guilt or innocence phase, and then we have the penalty phase. And the rules for the penalty phase are much more wide open. Many more things come in as evidence during the penalty phase. So it's a good guess that what these mental experts who are going to examine the defendant have to say is more likely to be relevant in the second phase, the penalty phase, than it is the guilt or innocence phase.
And I want to touch on that first point you raised about the ceiling. You know, Judge Hippler, you know, a month or two ago, a couple months ago, had said enough with the ceiling. You can quit filing everything under seal. You can redact things. You know, it should not be the norm. But now we're back to filing this stuff under seal. Why do you think that is? Because the judge had basically told both sides just to knock it off, to redact things if possible. Now we've got this kind of super secret motion about asking for this mental health evaluation when this has already been kind of discussed in open court.
Yeah, it's odd. I have represented judges who've sealed things before. I litigated a state Supreme Court case for a judge who sealed the outcome of a particular high-profile case. So I understand the need for it, but there is a countervailing need of openness in courts. We don't live in a closed court society. Some countries have secret courts. America doesn't. We have open courts. So I can only guess that there's some sort of substantive information in there that if they came out could change the jury pool one way or the other towards this defendant, and judges are supposed to try to stop that from happening. Having said that, it's a pretty high standard to meet.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk now about the statute they keep citing with this. It's 18-207. And in the state of Idaho, you cannot use, you know, a mental health issue as a defense. And the defense is saying we're not trying to do that in this case. But they have tried to say that he has this neurobiological issue, the autism spectrum disorder. They've also said he has obsessive compulsive disorder and this, you know, other developmental coordination disorder. They've said all of these things. So, you know, they are going to now, because the judge has said, you know, they can't tell the jury in the guilt and innocence phase that he has autism spectrum disorder to explain his demeanor and his flat affect and stuff like that. But they will be presenting that in a possible penalty phase if he's convicted as mitigating evidence. They will be presenting that information. So are we to assume from the state filing a motion, you know, seeking an evaluation of Bryan Kohberger that they want to somehow be able to counter that with the defense, because they also want an extension of time to file their penalty phase rebuttal experts. So are they going to have their own expert, if the judge approves it, because the defense is objecting to this, evaluate Bryan Kohberger and come up with their own evaluation about whether or not he has level 1, the highest functioning form of autism, level 1 autism spectrum disorder?
This is rich. Imagine the defense counsel saying, we want our expert to examine the defendant and see whether he has mental issues, but we don't want the state to have that as well. That's a little crazy. It doesn't seem right to me. It seems like if one side wants to have an expert, the other side could have an expert. We call this the battle of the experts in law. And it's very common in civil cases, also in criminal cases. I've had my share of expert witnesses in the criminal prosecutions I've done. So it's very common for each side to have experts and exchange reports and offer whatever help they can to the jury to understand the issues of the case. With respect to the on the spectrum question, autism, the judge said that might come in if Kohberger takes the stand.
Sure.
And maybe the lawyers need to explain why he acted a certain way, why he acted a certain way on the witness stand. I think where the judge said you can't do is try to use it as a way to explain how he might react in court while he's sitting at the defense table. That's really just a backdoor way to try to slip into some form of he's not really culpable because he has autism. They made a similar case about why his mental social skills might be something that needs to be brought in. When they even tried to use this as a defense against the death penalty, and the judge struck that down as well. I think the most likely use of all of this is in the penalty phase, where the rules are much more relaxed and all sorts of things can come in as mitigating evidence against the use of the death penalty.
How unlikely, and I know you practice in Ohio, but this is a death penalty case. And so how unlikely or likely is it that if the defense has all of these experts with reports and they've met with Bryan Kohberger, they've evaluated him, they say, oh, look, we believe, one of their experts said, we believe that he knows what's going on. He understands what's going on. Yes, he has autism, but he, has an IQ of 119, things of that nature. The defense has tried to say they continue to monitor his competency. It sounds like he can be difficult to deal with. He sees things in a very black and white way. He doesn't see things in shades of gray. They've basically said it's hard for them to deal with him. How likely is it or unlikely is it that the judge is going to say yes to the state or no to the state, having their own expert evaluate him? I mean, is the judge going to say the state has to be allowed to have a psychiatrist or psychologist of their choosing meet with him to assess whether or not they believe he has autism or OCD or all of these other things?
We start from the premise that people who've been arrested for violent felonies tend to have odd, troublesome, or disturbing personalities. Not all of them, just most of them. I prosecuted a child rape case just last week where the defendant originally told his lawyer he was going to take the stand, and then just as this lawyer was about to call him, he said he wasn't. You can see the frustration on the lawyer's face. So defendants can be difficult to work with if you're a defense lawyer. I understand that. That could be happening here. That's not a defense, and that doesn't mean you're not culpable for the crime. It just means they tend to be difficult. And I have some empathy for the defense counsel who have to deal with that. But your larger question about whether or not this expert will be allowed, there's two different kinds of experts in a criminal trial. One is somebody who examines a set of facts and then offers an opinion. The other one is somebody who actually examines the defendant in this case, which is unusual. And so allowing someone to have access to DNA samples so both experts can look at it, that's rather common. Having access to the defendant himself, who has a Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. So having the government's expert is a little different. I do think the judge is going to grant it just out of comedy, just fairness, but it is different to have the state's agent, who presumably is going to tell the state everything he or she learns in that interview, to interview a defendant who has the Fifth Amendment right to against self-incrimination.
Yeah, and I was wondering about that. Like that could be tricky. And so would the defense attorney be present for that meeting, or at least maybe on the other side of the glass or something like that?
Yeah, that would be up to the judge. It's also possible that the judge might order a filter team between the expert and the prosecutors. A filter team is an outside, typically lawyer, not always, but outside lawyer who's not involved with the state, who would filter out anything that might be something that's attorney-client privilege that's learned, so that whatever the expert tells the prosecution is something that relates to mental health and not to information that the defendant gave up as part of the interview that might be incriminatory.
Now I'm going to ask you to really speculate, because the state filed for this mental evaluation back on April 25th. The defense then filed an objection to it, and then the state filed a response. And then all of a sudden, a sealed hearing, a closed hearing, which is really rare in criminal cases. I don't think people understand how rare it is. A sealed hearing pops up on the docket for Monday, May 5th. And it was going to be a remote hearing, sealed to the public. Nobody's allowed in. And is this probably related to this issue?
Perhaps. The notion that the filings were sealed suggests that the closed hearing might be related. But I want to echo what you just said. A lot of people who watch Law and Crime know that cameras are not always allowed in courtrooms. Certainly in federal courts, that's true. And in many state courts, judges don't let them in. And that's frustrating, but that's still an open court. If you wanted to go to that courthouse and wait in line and sit in the gallery, you'd be allowed to. The public is in there. But actually saying nobody from the public can be in the hearing, we see this in juvenile cases routinely because of the nature of juveniles. But it's almost never done in an adult felony case. And the judge must have a very strong reason for doing it. We don't know what it is, but it's troublesome that a judge would shut down what should be an open court hearing.
Yeah, especially when he's been very open about everything and sent something out telling the parties not to seal things. So it's been interesting to watch. Our next.
Does anybody have any ideas as to why that happened that way? Why that was sealed, considering it's not a normal thing to do, especially considering what it was for? That's interesting. I'd love to get people's thoughts on that one.
Proceeding in this case is on April 15th, a pretrial conference. We believe that will be open to the public, and we are hoping it will be. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of that. Even the court minutes from that sealed hearing the other day, Mark, are sealed. So it would be nice to know just a little bit of information about what happened there.
Yeah, May 15th should be an interesting time to see what the lawyers say. Maybe they refer back to what happened in the other hearing. I will say this. I want to give a little credit to judges around the country. The death penalty cases are the most difficult cases they hear.
Sure.
And everything gets scrutinized on appeal. Most of my death penalty experience has been on the appellate side. When I was the Deputy Attorney General of Ohio, I worked on numerous appellate issues surrounding death penalty cases. And I can tell you, they get scrutinized at the state level. They get scrutinized at the federal level in writs of habeas corpus litigation. And so judges are being extremely cautious to do nothing to disturb the case so that it won't be overturned on appeal.
Yeah, and we know there's been a major spotlight on this case. I mean,
Take care,
it's been
Lisa.
intense, the media
Bye
coverage.
now.
We get it, but it doesn't mean things should be shut down. Mark Weaver, thank you so much. Appreciate it as always.
Good to be with you again.
Now, remember when prosecutors wanted Koberger's family excluded from the courtroom until after those family members had testified? Judge Hippler says that's not happening. Hippler wrote, "The scope of the family members' proposed testimony is very narrow and is not necessarily tied to the testimony of other witnesses. Further, the family members were previously interviewed regarding the matters on which they will be questioned at trial. These prior recordings serve to protect against any attempt by the family members to mold their testimony based on how others testify before them. In addition, the trial publicity is such that defendants' family members are likely aware of what the testimony and evidence will be in the state's case in chief. Thus, exclusion pending their testimony will not necessarily prevent them from confirming their testimony. Finally, the state has indicated it would prefer that the family members remain in the courtroom and be called when the state sees fit rather than calling them as out-of-order witnesses. So Koberger's family will be allowed in the courtroom throughout the trial. And this week, Dateline NBC has a new episode out on the Idaho case, and they're reporting that Koberger had searched serial killer Ted Bundy on Google. Bundy murdered sorority sisters in Florida, but had once attended college in Washington state. Dateline is also reporting that Koberger has photos of female students from Washington State University and Idaho State on his phone, and that some of those women were actually friends with some of the victims from King Road. In court documents, Judge Hippler has written that experts found no digital connection between Koberger and the victims. So stay tuned. And that's it for
All right, so that's their new version of what's going on in Idaho. Hey. Let's see what we got coming up next for you all. Hold on here. Give me just 1 minute, guys. Let's see. We can move on and change up the channel here just a little bit. Hang on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. You guys should love this one. Now, as you guys know, I like to bring up dumb criminals, things like that. So relative to that situation, we're going to check this out first and foremost. Here we go. Here we go. Check this out, guys. Watch this.
Okay. This is what she's smoking meth in.
Okay.
The raccoon's playing with her meth pipe.
All right.
Oh, there's no way. He's trying to smoke it.
All right. Thanks.
There's no way. All right, enough fun and games.
Okay.
This is what she's smoking meth in.
Okay.
And of course, this is in Ohio. Raccoon found with meth pipes during Ohio traffic stop. This is not actually that far from me, you guys. This is hilarious.
Raccoon's playing with her meth pipe.
All right.
Oh, there's no way. He's trying to smoke it.
All right. Thanks.
There's no way. All right, enough fun and games.
Gotta love it.
Nearly 5 decades.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Takes all types, and only in Ohio. Only in Ohio. Exactly, Fizzy. Only in Ohio, guys. We got so much craziness that goes on here. It's insane. All right, guys. Let's see what we got
The
here.
X-ray is what?
I want to show you guys something. You got to think Mama Bear for all these crazy things she always sends me. This is awesome. The 20th strangest things. I don't always have dumb criminals to show you guys, so I got to show you something in relation to an extent. So the 20th strangest things that have been discovered by X-rays. I figured you guys would love this. Check this out, folks. Quite interesting.
One of the most groundbreaking tools in modern medicine. Thanks to this discovery, doctors can peek inside the human body without making a single incision. Funnily enough, doctors sometimes discover things far from normal using this tool. From a wedding ring to an entire spatula, here are the 20 strangest things discovered by X-ray. Number 20. Woman who accidentally swallowed her ring along with her vitamins. Jet lag is one of the worst things about traveling. Just imagine being exhausted after hopping across time zones with your brain fogged by jet lag, and you're just trying to wind down a handful of vitamins before going to bed. What could go wrong, right? For Dana McMichael, wife of retired NFL.
That is not going to happen there, James. I love you to death. I appreciate you being here, but it ain't going to happen, brother. Sorry, not today. Kent Kearney, good to see you, my friend. Cracky Raccoon went into his room to smoke his pipe. Yes, good stuff, Kent.
NFL player Randy McMichael. A lot went wrong when she experienced this scenario. Dana was in a hotel room in Thailand after an intense few days of travel with her 2 kids. She had just come from the Philippines and was so tired she wasn't thinking straight. She grabbed a handful of magnesium and hair vitamins before jumping into the shower, but her diamond wedding ring was among them. You probably already know what happened next. Not noticing, she threw everything into her mouth and swallowed it down with a gulp of water. It wasn't until she started choking on the pills that she realized something was off. It wasn't only the vitamins that she swallowed.
Oops.
A hospital visit revealed that the diamond ring passed into her system, literally. In fact, she was fine, and the diamond ring quickly passed through her digestive system, and she managed to get it out of her body naturally. Well, it did take her 2 tries, but the ring made its way out without any invasive procedures. In the end, what happened became nothing but a humorous experience for Dana. Before we go on, like this video, smash the subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now. Number 19. Same situation, different case. Now here's a similar story, but a different case. One night in September 2019, Jenna Evans was sound asleep in her home in San Diego when she had a vivid dream involving her fiancé, Bobby Howell, and some dangerous bad guys on a high-speed train. In this dream, the bad guys were after her 2.4 carat engagement ring. To keep it safe, Bobby suggested she swallow the ring. And well, she did just that. Except she also swallowed the ring in real life. She woke up the following day, looked down at her hand, and no ring. When she told Bobby what had happened, they both burst into laughter, later heading to urgent care.
She swallowed the ring in her sleep during a dream. What the hell?
Where doctors confirmed via x-ray that her diamond ring was sitting comfortably in her stomach. Well, that's an expensive meal. The doctors opted for an endoscopy to safely retrieve the ring rather than letting nature take its course, if you know what I mean, as this could cause complications. Jenna described having a mini freakout when signing the procedure's release form, jokingly lamenting that she would be so mad if the silly incident were the cause of her death. Fortunately, the procedure went smoothly, and by the next day, Bobby handed the ring back to her, safe and sound. So if you have anything that might be a choking hazard around you, and you're known to sleepwalk or have vivid dreams, it's in your best interest to keep them away. Number 18. A total nightmare for us, but a tooth fairy's dream. You're probably wondering just what exactly you're looking at. This is a nasty case of hyperdontia. Yes, it's real, although there are a lot of fake images online. Hyperdontia, the condition of having extra teeth, is the kind of dental anomaly that will easily terrify people. If you look at someone with this condition, you wouldn't notice it at all, but an X-ray can reveal the many extra teeth lurking beneath their gums, which can be nightmare material. These additional teeth, often referred to as supernumerary teeth, can range from minor and unnoticeable to large and deeply embedded, creating a chaotic dental scene when viewed in the stark black and white contrast of an X-ray. What makes hyperdontia so terrifying when seen through X-ray imaging is how the extra teeth can be stacked, twisted, or fused with other teeth. The typical set of adult teeth is 32, but in cases of hyperdontia, X-rays have revealed patients with 50, 100, or even more teeth. These extra teeth can grow in every possible direction, horizontally, at sharp angles, or in random clusters. One of the most famous cases of hyperdontia involved a boy in India who had a staggering 232 teeth extracted from his mouth in 2014. His X-rays revealed a jaw stuffed with tiny tooth-like structures, almost as if his mouth was hoarding them. The scariest part, however, is that we have yet to fully understand hyperdontia. We're still unsure of why it happens and its causes. Fortunately, this rare condition only affects roughly 1% to 3% of the population, though more commonly seen in males. Number 17. Ever wonder why wearing heels looks painful? Most people prioritize comfort over appearance, but there are times when we're forced to choose the latter. Take, for instance, when we wear clothes that aren't really our go-to outfits to look more appealing and presentable. That's why most people wear heels. Despite the awkward angle it puts the feet into, many still choose to wear them. They simply make women's legs look more flattering. This X-ray shows just how painful and uncomfortable high heels must be. Wearing high heels frequently can compress the forefront, causing a painful condition where the ball of the foot becomes inflamed. Wearing high heels regularly might also cause the Achilles tendon to tighten over time, eventually leading to discomfort when walking barefoot or wearing flat shoes. But did you know that heels weren't even made for women to begin with? They were first used by Persian cavalry in the 10th century. The elevated heels helped soldiers secure their feet in stirrups, allowing them better control while riding horses. However, this practical footwear quickly became a fashion statement when Persian emissaries introduced heels to Europe in the 17th century. European aristocrats, particularly men like King Louis XIV of France, adopted high heels to signify wealth and power. In fact, Louis was famous for wearing red-heeled shoes that soon became synonymous with royalty. Number 16.
Wow, Trish.
Light bulbs don't belong in people's mouths. Sticking a light bulb into your mouth might sound like a quirky party trick or a fun challenge when you're bored, but trust me, there's a reason why this is a horrible idea. In this X-ray, you'll see why that is. Putting a light bulb in your mouth can be a guaranteed way to visit the emergency room. Once the bulb is inside your mouth, your jaw muscles naturally clench around it. The bulb's round shape fits perfectly when inserted, but removing it becomes tricky because of muscle tension. As the jaw muscles tighten, they lock the bulb in place, making it almost impossible to open your mouth wider to take it out. The more you panic, the tighter your muscles get, which only worsens the situation. On top of that, light bulbs are made of thin, fragile glass. If you try to remove it forcefully, there's a risk it could shatter. So while it may seem like a harmless dare, remember that this quote-unquote party trick is one of the reasons why people take a trip to the hospital. Number 15. A Chinese woman uses a 30-centimeter long kitchen spatula in her mouth to breathe again. Here's a pretty strange story that occurred in 2015. A woman in Dongguan, China was in her home when she suddenly struggled to breathe. Panicked, she first tried to dislodge whatever was blocking her airway using her fingers, and then chopsticks. When neither worked, she took an extreme step and forced the handle of a 30-centimeter long kitchen spatula down her throat in an attempt to clear it. Perhaps she was desperate, but this maneuver only made matters worse. Luckily, her 4-year-old daughter quickly sought help, and the woman was rushed to Kanghua Hospital, where doctors treated her. Thankfully, she survived the ordeal, although doctors never determined the reason behind her sudden difficulty in breathing. Number 14. Woman who lived with a bullet for 48 years. In 2014, a 62-year-old woman from China lived with a bullet lodged in her skull for an incredible 48 years without realizing it. The woman, known only by her surname Joe, initially visited doctors to address chronic symptoms like a persistent stuffy nose, headaches, and swollen lymph nodes. She thought she was experiencing common problems that come with age, but it soon became apparent that this wasn't the case. It wasn't until doctors examined her that they discovered something shocking in her skull. For almost 5 decades, the woman had a 2.5 centimeter long bullet lodged in her skull near her sinus cavity. After learning about her condition, Joe claimed that she could faintly remember being 14 years old and being struck on the head. She thought a small stone hit her and dismissed what happened as something minor. Over the decades, the bullet quietly remained in her skull, only becoming problematic much later. Fortunately, the bullet was safely removed from her skull, and she recovered from the operation swiftly. Living with a foreign object inside your body for years, even decades, without knowing may sound like a medical anomaly, but it's not as rare as it seems. People can unknowingly harbor foreign objects, anything from surgical tools to bullets, due to the human body's incredible ability to adapt and protect itself. We might be fragile, but we're not entirely helpless. When a foreign object enters the body, whether from an injury, surgery, or other means, the body often reacts by isolating it. This is done through a process called encapsulation, where the body forms a protective tissue or fibrous capsule around the object to prevent it from causing further damage or spreading infection. Over time, the immune system treats the object as a non-threatening presence, allowing it to remain undetected. And this is why routine checkups are essential. Number 13. An X-ray of conjoined twins. You're looking at an X-ray of conjoined twins. When viewed through the lens of radiology, conjoined twins' skeletal and organ structures reveal where the bodies are connected and where they function independently. The appearance of such an X-ray depends entirely on the type of conjoining, whether the twins are attached at the chest, abdomen, or in this case, the head. These are craniopagus twins, where the connection is at the head. An X-ray would show 2 skulls fused together. This attachment complicates things. Some of the brain's protective structures may be intertwined together. That's why there might be overlapping blood vessels or nerves, despite both skulls being distinct. This makes it hard to separate the twins. But how do twins fail to detach from each other in their mother's womb? Conjoined twins form during a rare process that begins at the very earliest stages of life, when a single fertilized egg tries to split into 2 identical embryos. Typically, this leads to the formation of identical twins. However, with conjoined twins, this process is incomplete, leaving the embryos partially connected. This phenomenon occurs when the split occurs between 13 and 15 days after fertilization. much later than in typical identical twin development. By that point, the embryos are too far along to separate fully. The twins remain connected, sharing varying degrees of tissue, organs, or even limbs. Number 12. One of the most unimaginable scans. This is an X-ray and a CT scan of a stingray. I don't know if it's amazing or eerie, so I'll let you decide for yourself. I bet you never imagined that this would be how a stingray would look within its body. However, you're not looking at an image showing its bones. You see, unlike many animals, stingrays don't have traditional bones. Instead, their skeleton is made entirely of cartilage. On an X-ray, this cartilage appears less dense than bone, giving the scan a spectral, almost translucent quality. The wings, or pectoral fins, which allow them to glide so effortlessly through the water, stretch out like skeletal arms in the image, thin and webbed. Perhaps most unsettling is the sight of the stingray's tooth plates. These are rows of flattened teeth that look almost like a grid and are used to crush prey like mollusks and crustaceans. In an X-ray or CT scan, these rows of teeth, along with the ray's cavernous flat mouth, look rather monstrous. Despite their ghostly and almost otherworldly appearance on an X-ray, stingrays are graceful, even gentle creatures, though these scans clearly show just how well adapted they are for survival. Number 11. An X-ray reveals what's inside an Egyptian sarcophagus. When researchers performed an X-ray and CT scan of a 2,000-year-old Egyptian cat mummy, they were in for quite a surprise. Inside the intricate wrappings, they discovered the remains of a tiny kitten, perfectly preserved yet bulked up with layers of bandages to make it look bigger than it was. Thanks to modern X-ray and 3D scanning technology, scientists can unobtrusively study sarcophagi discovered in Egypt. It's common knowledge that the ancient Egyptians worshipped felines. Perhaps that's why scientists were eager to discover what was within Egypt's cat-shaped sarcophagi. 4,000 years ago, in ancient Egypt, cats were revered as sacred beings. It all began when wild cats protected the ancient Egyptians' harvest. As they protected grain stores from rodents, cats became associated with abundance and good fortune, and their reputation quickly evolved from useful creatures to divine protectors. One of the gods of ancient Egyptians, the goddess Bastet, also plays a role in keeping felines, one of the most treasured creatures in all of Egypt. Bastet was the goddess of home, fertility, and childbirth, but she was also the goddess of protection and war. Oftentimes, she was depicted as a lioness or a woman with the head of a cat, and so cats were considered earthly embodiments of Bastet, and harming them was extremely forbidden. As such, they were also mostly interred and mummified with care. Number 10. An X-ray of a pregnant cat. No, you're not looking at a monster's X-ray or a deformed animal. You're merely looking at an X-ray of a pregnant cat. You're looking at fully formed skeletons of the kittens, each one curled up to each other. A pregnant cat's X-ray can reveal not just how many kittens she's carrying, but also their positioning. I don't know about you, but this image is rather creepy and terrifying. Who would have thought that kittens would be bundled up inside their mother's womb so tightly? Depending on the number of kittens, the X-ray can look like a cluster of miniature skeletons, their spines and rib cages crisscrossing one another. While this might be nothing but something fascinating for us, veterinarians use X-rays to assist the animal when giving birth adequately. Number 9. A kiwi and its egg. The kiwi is one of the most unique creatures on the planet, and it hails from the lush forests of New Zealand. This flightless bird, often described as the odd one out of the bird world, belongs to a group called ratites, which includes other flightless birds like ostriches and emus. Now you're probably wondering why it's known as the odd one out. It's because this bird is the size of a small chicken, but it behaves more like a mammal. But their uniqueness doesn't end there. Kiwis' nostrils are located at the tip of their long beaks, a trait not found in any other bird species. This adaptation allows them to use their keen sense of smell to hunt for food, mostly insects and worms, buried beneath the forest floor. In fact, kiwis are primarily nocturnal hunters, relying on their excellent sense of smell and highly developed whiskers to navigate the dark. But their most unbelievable trait? It's the fact that these creatures lay eggs that might be a bit too big for their bodies. Despite its small body, the kiwi lays an egg that's about 20% of its body size, which is the largest egg-to-body ratio of any bird species. This can be quite taxing on the female kiwi, who often has to endure discomfort when carrying such a massive egg. I mean, just take a look at this X-ray. Luckily, once laid, the male kiwi takes over incubation duties, a process that can last up to 85 days. This image shows just how amazing the animal kingdom is. Number 8. Man swallows a spoon which gets stuck in his throat for a year. Spoons are used for us to put food into our mouths easily, but this man bit more than he could chew. Literally. This rare story that happened in 2018 is quite a befuddling case. A man named Mr. Zhang found himself in the hospital's emergency room when he experienced chest pains and difficulty breathing. What's strange, however, is the fact that Mr. Zhang admitted that he swallowed a spoon in 2017 after betting with his friends. Despite the spoon getting lodged in his esophagus, Zhang never experienced any adverse symptoms. All he experienced was little discomfort, so he never found it necessary to go to the hospital until a year later. Finally seeking medical help, he was examined at Xinjiang Meikuang General Hospital, where doctors were stunned to find the spoon still lodged in his esophagus. Using an endoscope, the medical team worked for 2 hours to carefully remove the spoon, which had become coated with mucus during its long stay in Zhang's body. Thankfully, after the successful removal, Mr. Zhang recovered and was discharged within days. Number 7. How a turtle with eggs looks. You're looking at an X-ray of a pregnant turtle. It's pretty straightforward, but astounding nonetheless. You see, turtles' egg-laying process has evolved over millions of years. Once mating occurs, the female turtle's body begins developing her eggs, each encased in a soft, leathery shell that helps protect the developing embryo. After the eggs are fully developed, the turtle embarks on the next phase, nesting. Sea turtles, for instance, famously make long journeys back to the beaches where they were born. Using a combination of instinct and an internal compass that may be influenced by the Earth's magnetic field, we're still not sure at this point. The females crawl ashore, typically at night, to lay their eggs. They use their flippers to dig a deep hole in the sand, called a nest chamber, where they deposit their clutch of eggs. Depending on the species, a female may lay anywhere from 50 to 200 eggs in a single clutch. This particular species, however, only has 5 within its body, but it's still pretty impressive, isn't it? Number 6. A child swallows 30 magnets. This story shows why parents should always be careful with what they let their kids play. In 2008, 8-year-old Haley Lentz was immediately hospitalized when she complained about what her parents initially thought was stomach flu. When she nearly doubled in pain, however, her parents immediately brought her to the hospital. What the X-ray revealed was shocking. Inside the young girl were small magnets, part of a popular construction toy set called magnetics. The magnets attracted each other through the walls of her intestines, ripping 8 holes in her intestines. Emergency surgery was required to remove the magnets and repair the internal damage they caused. Thankfully, Haley fully recovered after her surgery, but many were warned about the risks of letting their children play with seemingly harmless toys. After the ordeal with their daughter, the couple reported the toy company that manufactured it, claiming that it wasn't accurately advertising what was inside the toys they sell. To address the problem, the company also recalled about 2.4 million Chinese-made toys that posed risks to children interacting with them. Number 5. An angry lover swallows cobblestones. Sometimes, the person you love the most can become your biggest enemy. Just take the story of this woman, for example. In 2006, a woman from Foshan, China swallowed more than 20 cobblestones after an argument with her boyfriend. Driven by anger, she decided to commit the drastic action. She believed the stones would pass through her system naturally, but unfortunately, this wasn't the case. The cobblestones stayed lodged in her stomach, causing severe discomfort. Over the next few days, she began experiencing sharp pains as the stones clattered together inside her body. Now that's a sensation I don't even want to imagine. The woman tried to seek help from people in online forums initially, but in the end, the pain she felt was so unbearable that she found the courage to seek professional help. When she sought medical attention, doctors were stunned to discover the massive stones in her stomach, which was clearly visible on an X-ray. Fortunately, after undergoing the necessary procedure, the woman recovered fully. While this sounds unbelievable, did you know that pebbles are actually consumed as a delicacy in China? Suodiu, or stir-fried rocks, is a dish with the main ingredient being rocks. The way to cook it is quite simple. You get small river stones and stir-fry them in a mix of oil, chili, garlic, and various spices. While this may sound bizarre, the rocks themselves aren't meant to be eaten. Customers are supposed to suck the flavor off and then spit them out. Luckily, we have a great example of what happens when someone swallows a hard object. Number 4. The horror of gallstones. You're looking at a giant bladder stone, one that measures a staggering 100 grams. That might sound small, but this kind of solid isn't supposed to be in our bodies. Gallstones are one of those medical conditions that can develop unnoticed, especially for men. These small pebble-like formations develop in the gallbladder, a tiny organ located just beneath your liver. Gallstones can vary in size, from as small as a grain of sand to as large as a golf ball, and they can cause excruciating pain when they obstruct the bile ducts. Now you're probably wondering how gallstones form in the first place. There are 2 primary types of gallstones: cholesterol stones and pigment stones. Cholesterol stones, which account for the majority of cases, form when the bile in your gallbladder contains too much cholesterol and not enough bile salts to dissolve it. Pigment stones, on the other hand, are made of excess bilirubin, a substance that results from the breakdown of red blood cells. This imbalance leads to the stones solidifying over time. Most people develop smaller stones, but gallstones can grow to several centimeters in diameter, becoming massive obstructions within the gallbladder. In extreme cases, some have been documented at 10 centimeters or larger. Such large stones can lead to severe complications, including cholecystitis or bladder inflammation. Now, if a gallstone gets lodged in the common bile duct, it can cause pancreatitis or jaundice, both of which are medical emergencies. Many people with gallstones are completely asymptomatic, meaning they can live with these stones for years without realizing it, until a blockage occurs and causes a sudden intense attack. When that happens, surgery is almost always necessary to remove the foreign object from a person's body. Number 3. A man and nails. In a strange and unsettling case from China, a 43-year-old factory worker named Mr. Hu visited the hospital for a persistent headache. What doctors found was shocking: a 48-millimeter nail lodged in his skull. The bizarre part? He had no recollection of how the nail got there. After all, his job involved monitoring security cameras, which are nowhere near nails or construction hazards. Despite the presence of the nail, Hu had been experiencing only mild headaches until the pain escalated. The fact that he survived with such a foreign object in his skull is remarkable. This is possible because the nail, although dangerous, did not damage any critical areas of the brain, such as those responsible for motor function, vital organs, or major blood vessels. In some cases, like Hu's, if the object misses key regions, the body can adapt to the intrusion, allowing the person to live relatively symptom-free until the issue is discovered. Fortunately, Hu's condition was immediately addressed, and he was saved. However, his case left both doctors and Hu himself incredibly puzzled as to how the nail even ended up in his head. Do you have any theories? Let me know in the comments below. Number 2. Man accidentally swallows pair of scissors. Now here's another bizarre discovery. In 2009, then 27-year-old Kong Lin swallowed a 4-inch pair of nail scissors after a moment of unexpected laughter. Kong used the scissors as a makeshift toothpick when a friend cracked a joke after a meal. As Kong laughed, the scissors slipped down his throat and became lodged in his esophagus. Not exactly the smartest thing to do, but somehow that's what happened to him. The situation worsened when he attempted to cough them up, causing the pointed ends to dig even deeper into his throat. Thankfully, he was rushed to a nearby hospital where surgeons used forceps under local anesthesia to remove the scissors without further damage successfully. And now it's time for today's topic. These two are definitely among the strangest things discovered by X-ray. A doctor was incredibly shocked when he found a zipper inside a woman's body. How exactly did it get inside her? That remains unknown. However, her case isn't the only one that's special. Looking at the image on the right, you'll see a person in a more unfortunate case. Instead of a thin zipper, this man somehow had a wrench lodged inside him. How exactly did it happen? My guess? Intrusive thoughts finally won in the head of this man. So, how does X-ray really work? What's the science behind this helpful invention? At the core of an X-ray machine is a device that produces electromagnetic radiation.
What the hell?
When these high-energy waves pass through the body, they're absorbed at different rates by different types of tissue. Bones, which are dense, absorb
What
more
the hell?
X-rays and appear white in the resulting image. Soft tissues like muscles and organs, which absorb fewer X-rays, appear in
The
shades of
zipper's
gray.
weird enough, but
while
a
air-filled
wrench?
spaces like lungs
Explain
allow
that
the
one to
X-rays
me.
to pass through almost entirely, showing up as black on the film. Quite simple, right? Thanks to this process, we can discover the most unexpected things inside the human body and other creatures.
I'm gonna tell you where that wrench looks like it got in, how that wrench looks like it got in there. Based on what right there, the way it looks like it is. Yeah. Yeah. That is wild. I don't even want to know. But anyway, there we go. Thank you, Mama Bear. Once again, crazy things in the news. Thank you to Mama Bear. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I'm telling y'all, she sends me some crazy stuff. Literally some crazy stuff. Let me see something here. Hold up. Let's see here. Let's see here. Give me a minute. Where is it at? Hang on a minute. Yeah, I don't know where she finds these things, but she sends me these crazy things constantly. Literally on a regular basis. Let's see. Let me see. Is that it? That might be it. Let me see here. Yep, that one might be it. For sure. On that, let's see.
No, there. Don't even think about jumping up here. Get up here,
Yeah, that one was the last one on that for today. How about the crazy stuff and the new stuff? Let's see here. Moving on. We have, hold on. One minute. Thanks, guys, for your patience. Once again, I appreciate you guys being here. See a bunch of people dropped off. Sorry. Oh yeah, I've seen that stuff, Cat Lady. Very, very interesting stuff. For sure. Where's it at? Now, you know, the next step, guys, is when I try to show some positive videos, good Samaritans, good people in the world on a daily basis, I try to show this. So, let me see which one I got for you guys today. Just a minute.
Here in this.
All right, here we go. I don't know I don't know what these are like today, so you might want to grab some tissues. Sometimes they may bring a tear to your eye, but it's all about positivity, folks. So let's check it out.
In a wheelchair doesn't mean you boys can be moved by a random flower. For me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no problem. Have a nice day. You too. Wait, what's your name? Ethan. Ethan, nice to meet you. I'm Alex.
It's an emotional moment when you meet your new nephew, and even more so when you find out he's been named after you.
You swear? You're dead serious? No. Really not for you, bro. No, you're serious? Should we take him?
He learned sign language just so he could talk to her, and 5 years later, they're engaged.
You get them both, chick. I do this every day. Sorry.
This inspiring moment captures.
They don't
a
all
student
make
who
you
was
cry.
determined to be on his feet when he graduated.
Okay, this one might.
This stray kitten had an infected paw, but after being adopted, his life is now significantly different. A strange thing to offer a fellow motorist, but why not? The world needs more empathy.
Nice.
This poor little stray was rescued and nursed back to health by these dog guardian angels.
Little guy.
The bond that can only exist between man and man's best friend.
It's all good, official.
This guy gave his mom a 21-second free shopping spree because, you know, it was Mother's Day.
What else? 5 seconds, 5 seconds. Go, go, go. 3, 2, 1. Done.
21 seconds.
You killed it. I was surprised how many aisles you were able to hit.
In today's sometimes depressing world, the act of returning a lost wallet guarantees you some eternal gratitude.
It was in the Target parking lot.
Oh my goodness. How were you able to look at that?
I parked and then I looked down and I was like, oh my God, there's a wallet here. I tried to look you up online to call you, but I couldn't find your information. So my kid and I just drove here to drop it off.
Can I put gas in your car to see?
No. I didn't want to call the police because I hate the police and I didn't know any other way to contact you. So I said it's creepy to drop it off.
This young man asked for his medal to be placed around the neck of the woman who made it all possible, his beloved mom.
That's awesome.
Look at the pure joy in this boy's face when he finds out he can be a bone marrow donor for his sister.
5 out of 7.
This guy wasn't going to let his grandma go through tough times alone. After life-saving brain surgery, this little guy was finally able to be reunited with his beloved sisters. When you love your grandchildren this much, no words are needed.
You gonna get up, man?
This was the first time she'd been able to hug her mom at full height for many years. And as you can see, it was a very special moment. This cow demonstrates how much love and affection an animal can show to a human who's shown the same by helping it.
Hey, I got something for you.
The act of paying for somebody's groceries is certainly random and certainly kind.
So I have a bunch of friends on TikTok. And what I do is we raise money from random people. So we're going to do a little random act of kindness.
Exactly, official.
You guys.
Why I show these every day to let everybody know and remind everybody that there still is good in the
These
world.
complete strangers decided to help a local farmer clear these bales of hay, which had spilled from his truck in the middle of an intersection. There are generous tips, and then there are these kinds of tips.
We want to give you, this is $500.
Yeah.
Is that okay? For you.
Okay.
For you, yes. Why?
Wow.
Because you're
Too much.
no, you're on the front lines.
A recording of two small kids having a conversation. Doesn't it give you faith in life, love, and friendship?
You know, you're older than my little cousin. He's only 3. How old are you? 3.5. Oh, so yeah, you're older than him. He's only 3.
Oh, how cute.
And I'm 4. I like your glasses. Thanks. Me too.
These foxes know a kind human when they see one. When your kid meets their heroes, and they turn out to be as nice as they always hoped. When this homeless man was generous enough to give away 50 cents, you could never have expected the generosity that would come his way.
50 cents. Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, thank you. This is yours. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh. This is the drink that I have. Oh, thank you. So really. Oh, thank you, sir.
This was a social experiment to see if people would help a little girl with her hair. And this generous lady ticked all the boxes.
Ice cream.
Oh, you just had ice cream? What's your favorite flavor?
Finding a way to enable this boy to compete in his school wrestling tournament is a very amazing thing, and everyone in that crowd clearly knows it. Does it get any cuter than this? A 5-year-old boy in a suit asking a classmate to be his Valentine.
Happy Valentine. Welcome.
In a world where some delivery drivers pretty much throw the package at your face, this guy really stands out as he makes sure there's enough space for the door to be opened. Even the non-furry, less cute creatures on our planet need some human kindness from time to time.
Please take it.
If you want to see some kids who have been brought up right, then watch this.
There's no candy. There's no candy in there. Don't worry. Candy from it. Don't worry. Come on, guys. Yeah. Let's go. That'd be nice. I think. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
I love seeing that kind of stuff there.
After concerned citizens spotted this dog stuck in a canal, they called 911 and animal rescue were soon on the scene. We hear too much about sibling rivalries and not enough about sibling love. This guy was planning to pay it forward.
Sir, go ahead, pay it forward. That is crazy.
And then realized that the guy before him had already paid it forward. What a nice chain to be a part of.
I'm going to pay it forward for this guy. 2? Oh, I'll pay for the next one. Next 2? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Have a good one. Let's keep this chain going. Okay.
If anything deserves a celebration, it's being cancer-free for 5 years. And the staff at this place didn't disappoint.
Excuse me, everyone. Can I please have your attention?
This inspiring marathon runner was delighted when he realized that a complete stranger was filming him, so he could have a keepsake of his greatest achievement. Another random flower gift, although this one's a little bit more difficult to deliver. The U.S. Coast Guard are always there to save people in need, and it's no different for dogs in need either. Just a big brother doing big brother things. This little black bear doesn't know what was going on until this kind human came along and set them free. This little girl beat cancer after a brave fight, and the cabin crew on her flight had no intention of not singing her praises.
How do you like that?
Handing out pizzas to the homeless? Somebody get this rapper a sainthood. Whether you're a golden retriever, a manatee, or a human, we're all on this planet together. This man spends his time entertaining senior citizens, and as you can see, his performances always go down well.
So it goes. Some things they were meant to be. So
After 24 years apart, this man surprised his sister by flying home from Germany. This is what tenacity and determination looks like. A guy just helping out those on the front line and requiring no recognition. If you start choking, then it's always handy to be across the table from a coworker who knows exactly what to do. When it comes to instant success or helping another human being, some people always go for the second option. Even for well-known celebrities, there's no greater moment than achieving something you never thought you could. At your lowest point, you sometimes just need a shoulder to cry on, even if that shoulder is from the opposing team. These fans are showering the pitch with teddy bears, aiming to contribute to children in need during the winter season. This is Zoe, and she's about to meet her dad for the very first time. When it's your final game, and only one thing would make it complete: Grandpa showing up. These poor seals were lent a helping hand or two by these concerned beachgoers. Two friends reuniting after years will always pull on heartstrings. You can't get into this place without smiling, and it kind of works. Love is shown in all kinds of ways, sometimes in the funniest little traditions that only our nearest and dearest understand.
All right. And there's a little positivity, guys. And let's see if we can end this with some smiling. See what we got in here today for you. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Hold on. All right, let's see if I got some more animal stuff in here. These have been pretty good lately. Let's see what we got. All right.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
What?
Huh? 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 Huh?
มันต้องทำแล้วมั้ง
Ella va bien. Ella va bien.
Có vẻ dạo này là mày hơi quá đáng nhỉ.
Nope, I'd rather go for a truck ride. As I said,
What's up, Vin? Good to see ya. Very possibly, Vin. It just depends on what's going on here. I'm trying to.
Ayo, something traumatic happened that changed my life. Check.
Cool.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you asking. Appreciate you being here.
Huh?
Alrighty, that'll do it for that stuff, guys. I appreciate you guys joining me today. I hope you had a great day here with us. I appreciate you guys tuning in and supporting the channel. Everybody that has, thank you again for the donated memberships. Anybody that may have donated, and somebody sent a super sticker, I believe. Thank you for that. Anybody that may have donated via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, thank you for that again. None of that stuff is ever expected, you guys, but we absolutely do appreciate it because it keeps our channel rolling. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate you, and I will hopefully see you guys soon. Have a great one, folks, and don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye now.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.